What's up, sluts? It's day 100. This bitch. It's incredible. Never thought I'd make it this far, but who knows? Shit happens, baby. So, here we go for Taiwan. It's a 10. No one really knows for sure how to play. I would do great. Low key kind, but this was one of the always live by. It is 18th of Nissan, 5786, Sunday, April 5th. Tonight's Omer. Ricochet Island, Oklahoma, Sugar Channel, Circle Savannah, also Blessed you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with the Spirit and commanded us, considering the count of the Omer. Today is 3 days of the Omer. May the merciful one receive the holy temple to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Shalom. It's a new thing. 3526, 235 Enoch, son of Seth, was born.
The Babylonian exile, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout, Torah studied. Anonymous, $180 in honor of Yahushua Abraham Ben Eliyahu. Timeline of Jewish history. Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation, approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. It continues through the eras of the patriarchs, the Egyptian bondage, the judges, the First Temple era, when the kings of Judah and Israel ruled, the Babylonian exile, and the Second Temple era, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout, Torah study and our faith in GD and his promise of redemption were our constant companions, providing the Jewish people with a divine compass through every challenge and change. Which era would you like to jump to? Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. The forefathers. Living in Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Judges and early prophets. Kings and the first holy temple. Exile in Babylon. Building of the second holy temple. Greek cultural domination. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmanaim. Roman client kings and rulers. The Herodian dynasty. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. The Rabbinah. The Janine. The early Rishonim. The Crusade massacres. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Early Acharonim and East European massacres. Acharonim and early Hasidim. Later Acharonim and the changing society. The Holocaust. The modern state of Israel. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1313 2448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1313 2448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1313 2448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1312 2449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1312 2449 the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1312 2449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1274 2487 Aharon and Miriam died. Minus 1273 2488 Moses died. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3339 Eliab Anakikam was killed. Minus 421 3340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. Minus 410 3352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future by Hamdash. Minus 372 3389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373 391 building of second by Hamdash commenced, then halted. Minus 366 3395 Akashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362 3399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 3404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355 3406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353 3408 building of the second by Hamdash resumed. Minus 349 3412 the second by Hamdash was completed. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273 3488 Simon the Zodic died. Minus 246 3515 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek, Septuagint. Minus 143 621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Shashmanai. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36 3725 Herod I ruled, killing all the Shashmanai. Minus 33 3728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19 3742 Herod I began rebuilding the second by Hamdash. Minus 11 3750 renovation of the second by Hamdash was completed. 1 3761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 8 3768 Hillel died. 10 3770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman emperor. 21 3781 Agrippa I, grandson of Herod I, ruled. 28 3788 the Sanhedrin moved from the second by Hamdash. 44 3804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabbi Gamliel I, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66 3826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69 3829 the second by Hamdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era, the Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74 3834 Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86 3846 the Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Gamliel II. 133 3893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134 3894 Judaism was banned, and Akiva was imprisoned. 189 3,949 are Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era, the Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219 3,979 Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247 4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254 4014 Ar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294 050 Ar Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298 4058 Ar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304 060 Ar Kisda was the leading Talmudic authority. 309 4069 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4081 Ar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4085 Abedi was the leading Talmudic authority. 338 4098 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392 4152 Ar Eshi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4187 Ar Eshi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475 4235 The Talmud was complete when Rabbi II died. The Rabbina. Mar Zitra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janine. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4349 The Talmudic Academy of Pumbedita was reconstituted. 609 4369 The Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 614 4374 The Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4374 The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4389 The Byzantine Empire reconcaved the land of Israel. 636 4396 Ar Yitzhak was the last Jaon of Neharde, Virishber. 637 4397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4405 One of the Takana Hajanim was enacted at this time. 755 4515 RKJL left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4519 Ar Yehuda became Jaon of Surah. 759 4519 Al Ajabullah, B.A. Hag, was written at this time. 788 4548 Another of the Takana Hajanim was enacted at this time. 858 4618 Ar Amru, who wrote the Siddur, became Jaon of Surah. 928 4688 Rabbi Nusayadiah was appointed Jaon of Surah. 955 4715 Four captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4728 Ar Sherer became Jaon of Pumbedita. 997 4757 Ar Hai became, the last, Jaon of Pumbedita. 1038 4798 Ar Hai died, and the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1040 4800 Rabbi Samir Adola died. 1088 4848 The river arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1096 4856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1099 4859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1103 4863 The Rib died. 1105 4865 Rashi died, and the era of the Tosafot began. 1135 4895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1144 4904 The first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1147 4907 The Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1147 4907 Rabbi Anutam was captured by the Crusaders. 1148 4908 The Rambams and the Radak's families left Cordova. 1165 4925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1171 4931 Rabbi Anutam died. 1175 4935 The Rashbam died. 1184 4944 The young son of the Ari was killed. 1187 4948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1189 4949 Ar Yaakov d'Orleans was killed in London. 1190 4950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1191 4951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1194 4954 The Ramban, Nachmanides, was born. 1198 4959 The Ariabid died. 1204 4965 The Rambam died. 1236 4996 Rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1242 5002 A massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1244 5004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1252 5012 The Inquisition began to use torture. 1267 5027 The Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1270 5030 The Ramban died. 1286 5046 The Maher Amir Rabbi was in prison. 1295 5050 New works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1295 5050 The era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim, persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1295 50 All Jews were expelled from England. 1293 5053 The Maher Amir Rabbi died in prison. 1298 5058 The Rheinfleisch massacres began. 1298 5058 The author of the Mordecai and Haggadah Maimoniyot were killed. 1305 5065 The Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1305 5065 The Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1306 5066 All Jews were expelled from France. 1310 5070 The Rashba died. 1320 5080 Jews were massacred by the Pasteros Crusaders. 1327 5088 The Rosh died. 1336 5096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the armed letter bands. 1338 5098 The Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1349 5109 The Black Death massacre swept across Europe. 1367 5127 Moran, Reibisch, and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1391 5151 Jews of Spain were massacred, many were forced to convert. 1391 5151 The Reibisch and Rashbats left Spain. 1394 5155 The final expulsion of Jews from France. 1413 5173 R. Yosef Albo was in a forced debate with Christians. 1421 5181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gesura. 1475 5235 The invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1481 5241 The Inquisition was established in Spain. 1488 5248 Bar Obadiah the Bertador settled in Jerusalem. 1491 5251 Columbus consulted Har Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1492 5252 All Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1493 5253 Ardad Itzhak Barbanel arrived in Naples, from Spain. 1496 5257 All Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1516 5276 The Ein Yaakov was printed. 1516 5276 The Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1525 5285 Ardad Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1553 5314 A mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1563 5323 The Shulchan Aruch was completed by Ardad Yosef Hero. 1575 5330 The Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1572 5332 The Arizal died in Svet. 1573 5333 The Maharal came to Prague. 1573 5334 The Maharshal died. 1575 5335 Ardad Yosef Hero died in Safed. 1599 5359 The Maharal returned to Prague again. 1614 5374 The Maharsha became rabbi in Lublin. 1616 5377 The Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1621 5382 The Shiloh arrived in the land of Israel. 1629 5389 Ardad Yom Tov Lippman Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1640 5400 Ardad Noel Sirks, the Bach, died. 1646 5406 The Shech and Taz, on Shulchan Aruch, were printed. 1648 5408 Jews were massacred by Shmuel Naki's forces. Earlier Karanim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1654 5414 The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1655 5415 many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1656 5416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1656 5416 Baron Spinoza was excommunicated. 1673 5433 The Magen Avraham, on Shul Jan Aruch, was completed. 1676 5437 Shabtai died as a Muslim. 1689 5449 The Bijshmul, on the Shul Jan Aruch, was printed. 1698 5458 The Baal Shem Tov was born. 1702 5463 The Nehemiah Yahushua's family was killed in an explosion. 1712 5472 The Sittay Chachami was arrested. 1724 5484 Ardat Yaakov Kulak, Miam Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1727 5487 The Mishnah Elimelech died. 1734 5494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. A Karanim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1741 5501 Igor Hashayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1747 5507 Ar Moshe Chaim Luzatov, Runkle, died in Akko, Acre. 1755 5510 Ar Jonathan Beskuts became rabbi in Hamburg. 1754 5515 Ar Yechisko Landau, known as the Noda by Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1757 5518 The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1759 5519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1765 5520 The Baal Shem Tov died. 1764 5524 The Council of Four Lands, known as the Vayat Arba Herzog, was discontinued. 1768 5528 Despite resistance, the Haidamachs massacred thousands. 1772 5532 The Maggid of Mazuritz died. 1782 5542 R.N. Edler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1786 5546 R. Elimelech of Lizins died. 1791 5551 The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia. 1793 5553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1797 5558 Vilna Jaon died. 1798 5559 Bal Hahanya was released from first imprisonment. 1799 5559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806 5566 The Jeddah, Arham Yosef David Eshela, died. 1806 5566 The Chatham Sofer became rabbi in Presby. 1809 5570 Ar Levi Yitzhak of Berdijek died. 1810 5571 Ar Nachman of Breslov died. 1814 5574 Ar Akiva Eger became rabbi in Posen. 1814 5575 Koznitzer Maggid and Yehudi of Peshiska, both died. 1815 5575 Joseph of Lublin and Ar Mendel of Rimanov both died. 1819 5579 Anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1827 5587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1840 5600 Ardan Yisrael of Rosen was released from imprisonment. Later a Karanim and the Changing Society. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1843 5603 The Tzemach Tzedek of Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1846 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1848 5609 Ar Yisrael Salander left Vilna. 1851 5611 Ar Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1859 5619 Ar Menachem Mendel of Kotsk died. 1864 5624 The Malvin was imprisoned, and then expelled from Romania. 1866 5626 Judashe Haram, Tiberet Shlomo, and Tzemach Tzedek, died. 1873 5633 The Chapit's Time was published. 1874 5634 The Minchat Chinook died. 1878 5638 Pedagogical Agricultural Settlement was established. 1881 5641 Many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1886 5646 are Shlomo Gans Pride, author of Kietzer Shulchan Aruch, died. 1892 5652 are Haim, Brisker, became Rabbi in Brisk. 1905 5665 Asfat Emmet died. 1905 5665 many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911 5671 Chazanish was published. 1914 5674 over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918 5678 over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923 5684 the Daf Hayomi study cycle commenced. 1927 5687 the sixth Lubavitcher Rebbe was released from Soviet prison. 1938 5699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1939 5699 Germany started World War II, and mass killing of Jews. 1941 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941 5701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Pottery. 1942 5702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943 5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943 5703 the remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943 5703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943 5703 the Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944 5705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945 5705 Nazi Germany was conquered, and World War II ended. 1945 5705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947 5707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947 5708 the United Nations divided Israel. 1947 5708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 5708 the State of Israel was established. 1948 5708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949 5709 the War of Independence in Israel ended. 1955 5710 all Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1955 5710 almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951 5711 the Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956 5717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967 5727 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967 5727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974 5734 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle campaign. 1982 5742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5746 the first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993 5753 a secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994 5754 the Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008 5767 deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Mumbai, India, kills 6. 2020 5780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco. Adapted from the Codex Judaica, a chronological index of Jewish history covering 5,764 years of biblical, Talmudic, and post-Talmudic history by Rabbi Mattis Cantor. Copyright, all rights reserved. If you enjoyed this article, we encourage you to distribute it further, provided that you comply with Chabad.org's copyright policy.
That, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully Hopefully, it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, folks. Well, welcome back to this sort of traveling, let's call it a circus. 5-ring circus, I don't know. 5-ring circus, this is pretty cool. Let's get back into this, and let's start by just, again, as we try to do every time, let's just recap a little bit so we're all on the same page. And that page, of course, here on the left is a picture from Sefer Rabbi Hamalach, one of the most famous books of Jewish magic ever written. You're seeing two different kamayot. These are amulets for various kinds of things written in angelic language. So if you want to know what the language of the angels looks like, those are two examples of angelic language being written out there. Now, what they say, I have no idea. You have to ask the angels. I don't know, you can write Michael at olamhabad.gov, and maybe he'll write you back. Doesn't seem to write me back. What we noticed last time about Jewish magic, and we did sort of a big romp through Jewish magic, is that Judaism and magic has had a very complicated, very long relationship. I say very long relationship because, as I pointed out last time, the earliest document we have of the Torah is a magical amulet recovered from Jerusalem and the Kitzur tombs there, and written on silver. You can see it in the Israel Museum. So the very first documents we have of the Bible are magical amulets, probably. So if you want to say that Jews don't do magic, well, they must not do Torah too. So it's a non-starter. So they have this very complicated, very tortured history of magic, where on the one hand, it's very clear it's the Bible, and the people that wrote the Hebrew Bible have a very uncomfortable relationship with magical practices for lots of reasons, theological reasons obviously included here, right? The idea that you can affect supernatural causation. If you can affect supernatural causation, then who needs a God? It kind of makes God redundant, right? God becomes like a thing that you really don't need. If you can, like, make it rain, you can make yourself fall in love with people, or make people fall in love with you, or make pennies from heaven. Who needs a God when they can win the lottery on their own through magic? And at the same time, right, we see that Jewish magic has persisted all through the centuries. We see it again all the way back to Kitzur and all the way down through now. And as I pointed out, right, when I say all the way down through now, my bottom point really obtains here. In the Haredi community, in the community of ultra-Orthodox Jews, we see magical manuals still being published to this day. And also, of course, in the liberal Jewish world, there's an entire world of practicing Jewish witches and other folks who identify as Kohenets, who are also very interested in things like astrology and magical practices. And so we see that that Jewish magic has really thrived down through the ages, and unsurprisingly, it's mirrored local magical traditions. So we see that Jewish magic often looks a lot like the magic of the area that they're living in. So we see the same kinds of magic in the Greco-Egyptian period. We see Jewish magic being practiced in the Babylonian context with those cool incantation bowls. And then as we move through the Roman period and in the European period, we're going to see that Jewish magic will often borrow from the local cultures, but also influence those cultures as well. And that will be especially true in the European context, where Jewish magic has had a disproportionate impact on the development of European magic. That's why if you ever see those magical squares, most books of magic, European, non-Jewish books of magic, there's some Hebrew there, right? Well, it's not because they like Jews. They were perfectly happy to see Jews sent to whatever dreadful fate they were sent to. But they did admit that Jews had secret powers, magical powers, and they were perfectly happy to use them. And as we saw, Jewish magic ran the gamut, right? It ran the gamut from curses, because everybody gets salty, right? Yeah, cursing people's like your thing, right? Divination, who doesn't want to know the future? Love magic, because who wants to go to sleep alone? But again, we should be careful, right? Love magic, consent is a value we have around here, and of course, love magic isn't about consent. We have grimoires, which are medieval Jewish spell books that contain a wide range of Jewish magical experiments. In fact, in medieval times, Al, you'll appreciate this, that the word experiment actually derives itself from the medieval Latin word for experimenta, which were magical spells. So the word experiment actually has its origin in the word, the technical word for magical operation. And the word experiment actually comes from that. So if you look at medieval magical manuals, they'll say an experiment for invisibility. And what's interesting, right, is that those invisibility spells would be tinkered with to try to make them work better or work at all. And so when modern science, that so-called new science, came along, they just adopted that language. And so it's interesting to see that, again, the boundary between even language, between magic and science early on is pretty vague sometimes. So we also see amulets, right? Amulets are devices used to call various kinds of, either to receive positive energy, perhaps from the stars, stellar influence, or repulse bad energy in the form of things like demons, Shaden. So we see amulets. Astrological magic is also very popular. Sefer Rabbi Hamala, the book you're looking at now on the screen, was a big part of angel magic, astrological magic. We have demon capturing bowls. We have the creation of living beings. We'll talk a lot about that tonight as we get into Sefer Yetzirah. The golem is probably the Jewish monster par excellence. I imagine most folks here have heard of the golem. Of course, that myth comes from the Sefer Yetzirah, which we'll talk about this evening at length. Of course, we also have angel summoning and the whole thing. So Jewish magic really ran the gamut. So again, what I really want to drive home about the process of Jewish magic is what I said last time, is that people who want to tell you that magic isn't Jewish and there's no such thing as Jewish magic, well, they got some archaeology to show too. Right? That's my basic argument. You can say that this is not a thing and that's not a thing. You can say it's not acceptable in your community, fine. But to tell me that Jews didn't do it for 3,000 years, you're just badly informed. So I don't know what else to tell you. The scientific, archaeological, paleographic data tells me that you're wrong. And if you want to just sort of put your fingers in the air and go, la, 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 Jews didn't do this, well, have fun being wrong, because it's very clear that Jews did. So, now, again, whether your community accepts it, whether being able to go to Oak Park over there and whether they are okay with it, or Borough Park, or you go to Crown Heights and see if they practice magic, I don't know. Well, probably. You know, again, Menachem down the street, he's up 12 in the middle of the night doing some weird stuff. He might be up to some magic, right? And he wouldn't be that weird. And if you think about this from a historical perspective, with the fact that there are magicians, sorcerers operating in Jewish communities all over the world through history, any community that doesn't have one is probably the weirdo community. That's probably the weirdo community. The one that doesn't have one, right? The much more likely outcome is two. So Jewish magic has been here. It will be here. It's not going to go away. And by the way, this is true of magic in general. Magic is more popular now than ever before. Right? So for better or worse, it's here. So tonight, we're going to do it, folks. We're going to get into the very first vestiges, the very first layer stratum of the Kabbalah. So we're going to do it. We're talking about this distinction between Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. We're not going to hit that. We're begin to get into the world of Kabbalah. But to do that, we have to introduce things a little bit from a philosophical angle. And that's because while people often think of Kabbalah as a kind of to mysticism, and people think of mysticism as somehow opposed to science or opposed to philosophy. Those kinds of oppositions just did not exist in the late classical world, and they certainly didn't exist in the Middle Ages. So we have to loosen up our categories a little bit here, right? Because we often think of these things existing in opposites, right? Science doesn't like mysticism, mysticism doesn't like philosophy and science can't really get along. And so if they're all fighting, and this is the way we live, this is our world, right? It's not theirs. Their world is a much different world than ours. And the first thing you have to do is kind of, take your modernity hat off and put a different hat on, whatever that hat is, big or whatever. And so we have to understand that in the late classical world, the relationship between philosophy, mysticism, magic, religion was very complicated and very mixed together, right? So drawing a line between one of these and the other of these is just really not possible. And so what we have to understand is that Judaism has always had a very weird relationship with the outside world. It's always a very weird relationship, right? Because on the one hand, Jews want to maintain their cultural, religious distinctiveness. And on the other hand, well, the outside world's kind of cool. They got Greek science, and they got like TV, and they got Xbox, and all this stuff, right? So there's all kinds of things about the outside world that Jews want to admit is cool, and yet at the same time, we don't want to. The bad A word. You know what the bad A word is? Assimilate. Assimilate, right? This is the bad A word, right? So there's this idea that Jews do not want to assimilate, but they always have to some degree. And even when they don't, that not assimilation is actually a response to assimilation, right? You're never outside that logic. So with the relationship between ancient, late classical Jews and Greek science. Because the Greeks had a lot of stuff figured out, folks. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, whether they were right or not, I don't think they were. The Greek model of the world was a far better model of the world. It explained, at least at some level, why the planets did what they did. Right? Greek science, Greek math, right? When you see it, I don't know if folks here have ever done a geometry class, right? But when you prove to yourself that Pythagorean theorem is true, it's magical. It's magical. When you see mathematical proof of something, you're like, damn, that's really true. That's for real true. Not like I made it up, like I had a fever dream about it being true, whatever. That's true. And it can't be otherwise. The Greeks pioneered a lot of this stuff. Now, it's not to say the Greeks invented everything, right? The Pythagorean theorem has been known by the Babylonians in the form of what are called Pythagorean triplets well before Pythagoras, right? Pythagoras leaned heavily on the Egyptians for a lot of his mathematical knowledge. As you might imagine, the Egyptians knew a thing or two about triangles. So, again, the Greeks had things going on, right? And the Greeks were the big pioneers in what we might now recognize as something like empirical science or theoretical science. Now, what's really important about this is, right, Jews have always had a sort of touch-pull relationship with Greek science. But what increasingly begins to happen is that Jewish philosophy begins to be deeply influenced by two distinct forms of Greek philosophy. Now, these two forms of Greek philosophy, we have names for them now, right? We call them Neo-Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism. Now, I'm going to do a lot more Neoplatonism next time when we get into Kabbalah proper. But tonight, what I really want to focus on is a school of Greek philosophy that we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Now, you can imagine how many Greeks called their philosophy Neo-Pythagoreanism. The answer is exactly zero. No Greeks called their school that, right? Everyone just felt they were being philosophers. But there are two things that are really important about what we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism, right? And don't be put off by the name. It's one of these $4 words that make philosophers sound smart. Basically, what we're talking about here is two things. One thing we're talking about here is the influence of Pythagorean philosophy. And Pythagorean philosophy is the same philosophy that any string theorist probably will believe in today, and that is the world is fundamentally mathematical. Right? Not describable in terms of math, but math. The world is mathematical, right? And so that's the main thing, right? That the structure of reality, fundamental structure of reality is mathematical in nature. Again, this idea probably is more popular now in some forms of contemporary physics than it ever has been. The second thing that's worth noting about this is that for the Neo-Pythagoreans, the union with God was possible. One could be like God, right? God, singular God, right? Because the Pythagoreans are all about like everything going back to one, right? And so they really thought that fundamentally things were basically one. And so the idea was you could be like that too. You could unite your consciousness, you could unite your being, you could unite your nous with the divine. And as you can imagine, those two ideas are going to be part and parcel of a great deal of what becomes mysticism in the ancient world and, of course, in the modern world as well. By the way, what the image you're seeing on the screen here is an image from a Pythagorean or Neo-Pythagorean basilica that was actually discovered in the 18th century in Rome. It's recently been reopened. I've always wanted to go there. It's perfectly preserved. This is where Neo-Pythagoreans hung out in Rome. It's basically completely preserved. It was only discovered on accident. And so it's really neat that you can go into these places where these guys are like hanging out, talking about numbers and stuff. And it's actually preserved in Rome. I feel allow a very small amount of people to go in there. So next time I go to Rome, I'm going to try to be one of those very small groups of people. So let's combine that, right? Let's think of this idea with some ideas from Judaism. Now, Judaism, as you probably know from the book of Genesis in the Bible, Bereshit, that the way that God makes the world in Jewish lore and Jewish mythology and Israelite mythology is that God speaks the world into being. That the existence is a speech act, right? God says, Yehi or, let there be light, and Vayehi or, there was light. The very act of speech causes being to come into existence. And thus, right, if God speaks Hebrew, which of course Israelites thought, Jews think that God does, that's the language of God. In fact, that's what we call Hebrew Lashon Kodesh, right? Lashon Kodesh, that it is holy language. Then the very reality of Hebrew is that Hebrew itself has magical power. It's the case that the language itself is special. It's metaphysically powerful. It's quasi-divine. Because if God speaks it, then it can't be just a bunch of random sounds, right? We make random sounds, dog, right, or whatever, right? We think of sounds as being random, but God's speech isn't random. God's speech is the opposite of random. It's ordering. Because in the ancient Israelite imagination, remember back from the first talk, that part of what goes on in the ancient Israelite mind worldview is that God is ordering the world out of chaos. For the ancient Israelites, it's chaos versus order. So what does God's speech do? It orders the universe. And this is unsurprising, right? Because grammar, if you've ever studied some grammar, if you've been tortured by some grammar, you know the thing that's torturous about grammar is that it's orderly. And that's what's hard about it. It's about learning the patterns, learning when there's exceptions to the patterns, and why there are exceptions to the patterns. It's orderly. And so language as an act of order is how God created the world. There was nothing, total vohu, chaos, and then God spoke and it ordered it. So Hebrew has this kind of power. You see this very early on in Israelite, you might call it linguistics or ontology or metaphysical, that's the metaphysical language. So there are two ways in which this plays itself out. The first, of course, is that language is magical. This is unsurprising, right? If you imagine a sorcerer, the one thing every child knows about what sorcerers say, right, is abracadabra. Well, you might think that's just nonsense gibberish, but it's not. It's Aramaic. Abracadabra literally means in Aramaic something like, I create as I speak. Now, think about that for a minute, right? Abracadabra, I create as I speak. Well, if a magician is uttering that, who are they imitating? God. Because God creates speech. So on the one hand, we have language is magical. You can do magic with language. We've already seen that with Hebrew being used in all its magical practices. But magical language, it's not just that you can do magical powers. You have magical powers. You are also imitatio Dei, imitating God. You're being as if a God, right? Because God can do it through language. Well, if God speaks that language and you speak that language, you are kind of being quasi-divine. And so, if insofar as one can speak that language and conjure things into being, you can imitate God, but also you can become unified with God. Because in the same way that God creates through speech, you create through speech, you are imitating and being like God. This is the theological equivalent of fake it till you make it. Right, folks? This is you becoming united with God by acting like God. And by acting like God, one becomes unified with God. So you can see how this circuit is being closed, right? And how the role of Hebrew in Israelite theology and the role of Hebrew in the action of doing sort of mystical stuff, right, allows one to engage in this mystically powerful language. The image here to the left that you're seeing is from Abraham Abulafia, founder of the prophetic Kabbalah, that we'll get to in a couple of weeks. These are meditation wheels by which one can, in fact, change one's consciousness by, and by changing one's consciousness, I mean, elevate one's consciousness to be unified with God via prophecy by meditating on specific words in the Hebrew alphabet from manuscript of Abraham Abulafia, not written by him, but of one of his texts. We'll get to him in a couple of weeks. The first time we see this idea of imitating God by using language to create things is in the Babylonian Talmud. And this gets back to Al's point, right, where Al commented that on the one hand we have the rabbis and everyone else. Well, here's where I want to disrupt that, because in the Babylonian Talmud we have the rabbis doing the exact same, the thing that you said they didn't do, right? You wanted to draw a line, and here's what I'm saying: the line can't be drawn. So we have in the Babylonian Talmud in two different stories, which are probably mirroring each other, but being told by two different rabbis in Tractate Sanhedrin, where we have both Abaye and Rabbi, two very prominent rabbis, discussing death penalty cases, right? So, Tractate Sanhedrin, as you may know from Babylonian Talmud, is all about death penalty cases. And one of the things that is a death penalty case is sorcery. You're not allowed to practice sorcery. And so what is constitutive of sorcery, right? So they say there's all kinds of things that are constitutive of sorcery, right? But creating illusions isn't. You're allowed to create illusions. This is the rabbinical idea that you can do stage magic. In fact, Yishuv, I think in modern Hebrew, actually indicates stage magic. Right? What is allowed? This is positively mind-boggling. Right? Such was formed by Rabbi and Rabbi Shaya, who spent every Shabbos Eve in studying Hilchot Yetzirah. We'll talk about what this is in just a minute. By means of which they created a third grown calf and ate it. So they studied Hilchot Yetzirah, right? This literally means the doing of the Yetzirah, right? So if you want to have a book about the laws, like Hilchot Shabbat is how to practice Shabbat. It's the laws of Shabbat. Hilchot Yetzirah is the laws of formation. How you make something. Well, what did they do? They studied it on the eve of Erev Shabbos, on the Shabbat Eve. They created a third grown calf and they ate it for Shabbat. They made a calf. They made one. Rabbi said, this is even more dramatic. Rabbi said that if the righteous decided they could create a world. Now, this translation is hiding something. This is the translation from Sefaria, but the actual translation in the Aramaic says they can create a world just like God. They can create a olam. Now, that is positively mind-blowing. That if you are righteous, you can create a world, right? But you have inequities, so you can't. Now, Rabbi created a man, right, and sent him to Rabbi Zerah. And Rabbi Zerah said to him, right, spoke to him and said, he received no answer, right? He was mute. And thereupon he said, you're a creature of the magicians. Actually, in Hebrew, Aramaic rather, it says, you're one of the company, right? Like, you're one of those guys, right? It's in Hebrew and Aramaic. It says, go back to the dust, right? And Rabbi Zenia and Rabbi Shah said, I'll just spend studying Sefer Yetzirah, by means of which they created a thoroughbred path, and they made it. So in the Babylonian Talmud, again, the central work of rabbinical Judaism, there is no more important book in rabbinical Judaism than the Babylonian Talmud. We have rabbis making people, making calves. So the distinction between what's magic and what's orthodox at this point has to be fully breaking down. Because I don't know about you, if I made a person right from dust and then sent them to you, you're gonna be like, well, if it ain't magic, it'll do until magic gets here. Damn. Like, again, if making people ain't magic, I don't know what it is. So what we have in the Babylonian Talmud is the idea that somehow they're studying some book, some text, and creating people. Now again, the person's mute. There's no doubt about the fact that it's not a perfect person. They're mute, right? Which would have been thought of as a disability in the ancient world, again, ancient ableism aside. What we have here is an image of creation by some kind of study. Further at Miracle 55 base, we have the idea that Bezalel was chosen by God to be the architect of the Mishkan, the tabernacle. Why? Because Bezalel, I had the story not because my Hebrew name is Bezalel, but because it's a great story, but because Bezalel knew how to join the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So again, listen to that in the Babylonian Talmud in the Miracle 55 base, that Bezalel was chosen because he understood how to combine the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So already by the Talmud, we have the idea that the heavens and the earth were created, the cosmos were created by the combination of letters. And here again at Tractate Sanhedrin 67-65 base, we have the idea that you create if you are righteous. If you are righteous. I'm not that righteous, thank God. Now, what's this text? Right? What's this text? Sefer Yetzirah is, without a doubt, the most enigmatic and important book of Jewish mysticism prior to the Kabbalah. There is no more important book prior to the rise of the Kabbalah in terms of Jewish mysticism than Sefer Yetzirah. I'm going to say also later, Sefer Yetzirah is canonical. It's scripture now. In the Orthodox world, you can make arguments based on it. It is a kind of Jewish scripture. We're not like the Christians. The Christian canon is basically closed. The Muslim canon is definitely closed, right? The Jewish canon kind of is open. Stuff gets in, right? And from community to community, right? Things get in. And Sefer Yetzirah has certainly got in. I would consider it to be part of the Jewish canon, right along with the Bible and with the Babylonian Talmud and the Sefer Zohar, etc. What is it? What is the Sefer Yetzirah? It is a text produced sometime between 500 and 1,000 of the Common Era. It's very brief. It's only about 2,000 words long. And it's a speculative text describing the method by which God created the cosmos, or the olam. I'm going to use the word olam because I prefer to use cosmos. I think it has connotations that are a little bit maybe too modern. And when I say olam would include all of the physical world we now know of, described by the standard model of particle physics with 25 particles, 4 forces. But the olam is a much bigger angle about what that would include angels and demons and all kinds of cool stuff. So anyway, the Sefer Yetzirah describes very, very brief words, right? They're only about 2,000 words on average recension. We can talk about recensions later. There are 3 or 4 different recensions of the Sefer Yetzirah that have come down to us, and there's a debate about how they came down to us. But what we have is a book describing how the world was created, attributed to none less than the patriarch Abraham. Why Abraham? Because there is a line in Genesis where it said Abraham made souls, right? That Abraham created souls. And the idea is that because Abraham could create souls, the only way he could have done that is if he had access to Sefer Yetzirah, and therefore that is proof for the traditional community at least, that because Abraham could create souls, that he was also in command of the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, when was this book written down? The shorter answer is we have no idea. We just don't know. Sometime before 1000 of the Common Era, right? Now, the debate goes that sometime between the 2nd century and the 11th century, 800 years or something. We don't know. It's very difficult to figure out when this book was written down. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss, who I'll have his name in his book in the recommended readings at the end of the lecture tonight. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss that it was produced in the 7th century, maybe the 8th century, but it doesn't really matter for the purpose of this class. We're not going to get into the weeds about when it was written down. However, you may be interested in when it was published. Here on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the first edition of the Sefer Yetzirah published in Mantua, I think 1562. I could be wrong about that, but I think it's 1562 that was published in Mantua. But we have a first edition copy here. One of these copies, by the way, sells for about $60,000. So if you have $60,000 lying around, you want to buy me a gift, feel free to pick me up a copy of the Mantua edition of the Sefer Yetzirah. So, what is the Sefer Yetzirah? As I said, right, it's a book describing how God made the world. Now, what's also important about this Sefer Yetzirah is it is the first time we hear the word Sephiroth. Now, this is a word that, for folks familiar with Kabbalah, this is a word you probably have heard before, right? Sephiroth is one of these words that is a mainstay in the world of Kabbalah. Now, there are two things that are important about this word Sephiroth. The first thing that's important about this word is that no one knows what it means, right? The root of the word, the shortish of the word is SFR, which in typical language Hebrew means to count, right? It just means to count. Now, if you want to make a noun out of that, right? Typically the noun would be mispar. And mispar actually does mean number. That's the Hebrew word for number. Mispar, misparim, right? It's the word for number. Well, the writer of this text doesn't go that route. They invent a new word that we've never seen before. And that new word they invent is Sephiroth. Now, what they do is they take the word sphira and they add an oath to it, a feminine plural ending, and so we know it's in plural. What makes this word even more weird is that it's always accompanied in the Sefer Yetzirah with the term belima, the adjective belima. Now, the word belima only occurs once in the entire Hebrew Bible. It's a rapax lehimenon, which means it only occurs once. And it's weird. Well, we know that beli, right, means without, and ma means what. And so it seems to mean without what. Now, what we have is a word made up, Sephiroth, which kind of means number, and without what. So literally we can translate it as number without what. Now, if you put that into the actual text, it makes no sense. Whatever the author's trying to do here, what they're trying to describe, a literal reading of it doesn't make sense. So, what are the Sephiroth belima? What do we mean by the Sephiroth the first time they appear in all of the Jewish literature and all the history of Jewish mysticism? Well, the one thing we know from Sefer Yetzirah is they are not divine emanations. Now, I know that for folks who are familiar with some Kabbalah, right, you've seen the tree of life, right, with the dots, right, and God goes from Keter to Hokmah, Bina, right? 10 things. We'll get to that later, right? And that's the tree of life. Those are the Sephiroth. Well, in the Sefer Yetzirah, it's not that. Whatever it is, it's not that. They are not divine emanations. We'll get there tonight. In a minute. They're not that. What are they? No one knows. No one knows. The going guess, and I say guess, right, because I really do mean guess. The going guess is that this is being influenced by Neo-Pythagoreanism, right? Neo-Pythagoreanism. Remember, Neo-Pythagoreanism, mouthful, is all about this number stuff, right? Remember, it's all about number being reality. Well, one of the things we know about Pythagoreanism is that one of their sacred symbols was this thing called the tetrachus. You're seeing it on the screen here to the left. The idea of the tetrachus, right, is the idea that from one monad can give rise to two monads, right, plus, right, so these two plus one give rise to three, and these three plus one give rise to four. You add all of it together, right, you get a base 10 counting system. And from a base 10 counting system, you have basically the origins of the number system, and then from there you have the origins of arithmetic, etc., etc. It's a geometric way of describing how numericality itself comes into existence. Now, I know that sounds really abstract. That's because it's really abstract, right? But we know this from the Pythagorean world, right? They also thought there were 10 of these, right? There are 10 of these tetrachus, right? The tetrachus is a 10-node system. Well, guess what we know about the Sefer Belima? There are 10. And the text is really clear in the Sefer Yetzirah. 10, not 9, 10, not 11. Exactly 10. I think, that what the Sephirot mean are the basic structure of a decimal counting system. That what we have here is a decimal counting system. Why? Right? Because the symbol of 10 represents completeness in the Pythagorean system. And 2, the Sephirot are also always described in relationship to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So for the Sefer Yetzirah, the world was created by 2 things. 3 things. God, right? Using the 10 Sphirot and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, combine them together, creates everything else. So you have, well, you imagine it, right? What do you have? You have all the numbers, all the letters, combine all the numbers and letters together, and you get a universe. One can imagine that the 10 Sephirot are the 10 countable things of the base 10 system of counting, plus the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. They are the palette by which God painted the world into existence. So, in Sefer Yetzirah, they are not emanations of God. They are numerical structures, which when combined with the alphabet, are the substructure of reality. Language and math. Right? I think that's what's going on in Sefer Yetzirah. Now, if you go ask someone else, they'll give you another story. So you know the story, right? I think that's what's going on. And I think that I base that upon, read other Neo-Pythagorean literature, they make the exact same argument, right? So I think that's what's going on here. Now, what we get in Sefer Yetzirah is a description of several successive stages the universe went through, right? Just like we tell the story now, right? We have the Big Bang, the period of inflation, right? And then we have the world that we have it now, and eventually we'll have the black hole period and the proton period, whatever. Right? There are successive stages of the universe. Sefer Yetzirah also describes successive stages of the universe, how they come into being. Now, we can't get into the weeds of all that tonight because we just don't have enough time to do all of that. We could spend an entire 8 weeks just on Sefer Yetzirah. But what's really important is that the mature part of the universe, right? The mature part of the Olam is governed by what the Sefer Yetzirah calls ketzivot. Ketzivot are limits, right? Limits, they're extremities. Again, that, by the way, limits, extremities, is Pythagorean language. They're translating this Pythagorean language, in my opinion, into Hebrew. And ketzivot are these kind of limits. Now, what do those limits look like, right? Well, there are fundamentally 3 dimensions, right? 3 dimensions. Well, I say 3 dimensions, right? They actually use like 6 dimensions, but this is what they are, right? So we have 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending. We have 2 dimensions of space, right? Or dimensions of, so 2 dimensions of time, 2 dimensions of space, above and below, and those include the 4 cardinal directions. So above and below, right, are the cardinal directions, and then in those they split off into the other directions. And then along with the 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending, and the 2 dimensions of space, there are also 2 moral dimensions, right, good and evil. This is a pretty interesting way of thinking about reality for this time period. And again, I think that someone with a background in physics, like Al, can appreciate, right, that they're already imagining reality as having dimensionality. There are these mathematical ways of understanding the nature of reality that are describable abstractly as what we might call dimensions, what they call ketzivot, or limits, or extremities. This is followed by a very intense and very somewhat strange analysis, and yet still scientific, of the Hebrew alphabet itself, in which the writer of this text groups Hebrew letters into 3 groups based on the articulation of the points of the mouth. So when you make a mem sound, it's a ma, using your lips and labials. Right, when you make a dalet sound, it's a da, with dentals. When you make an aleph sound, right, a pipe sound, right, those are gutturals, right, those are articulated at a different point. And so it's a kind of quasi-primitive, right? When I say primitive, I don't mean backwards, but I mean ancient form of linguistic analysis, right? So they're analyzing language in terms of where these things get articulated in the face and mouth. And then finally what happens is the letters are all set into a correspondence. And the way that the writer of Sefer Yetzirah imagines the cosmos, right, or reality, is that reality has three layers. There's the Olam, right, the whole big Megillah, right? There's time. Time is the movement of the Olam, right? And there's the human being. And the human being is the center of it, right? Because they are something that exists and they are moving through time. And so the human being, the nefesh, the soul, right, is the nexus of the cosmos and time, right? And so they understand that. So what you get in the Sefer Yetzirah is a very very involved system in which letters are assigned to members of the zodiac, right? Shana, time, right? And then also letters are combined to describe the cosmos, right? Various parts of the cosmos, and they also describe various parts of your body. So your liver, your heart, your head, your eyes are set in correspondence with the various letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Because again, God spoke the world into being, and when God said ayin, right? Folks know this, right? The word ayin. Ayin is a Hebrew letter, and guess what ayin means? Eyes, right? God's not joshing around here, folks. When God said ayin, eyes came into existence. And what does sight see? It sees light, right? So we get this system of correspondence. So the Sefer Yetzirah is a very rigorous, scientific, philosophical, metaphysical analysis of how reality came to be. There have been several different periods of time. I just want to talk a little bit about those periods of time got worked themselves out, right? So we have a few different periods of time in the development of Sefer Yetzirah, right? The earliest period of time is when it developed. And the truth of the matter is we don't know anything about that time. We don't know exactly when and how it was developed. We think it was probably in kind of a Gnostic, theurgical, magical Greek, Syriac world, but it's anyone's guess. The first time we see the Sefer Yetzirah emerge is in philosophical scientific commentaries of the 10th century, right? The 10th to the 12th century, the leading Jewish minds at the time spent time writing commentaries on Sefer Yetzirah. And they did it to try to show how this accurately describes the fundamental structure of reality. Now, again, when the Sadia Gaon, just to give an example, right? Sadia Gaon writes commentary on this. If the Sadia Gaon, the leading authority in all the Jewish world at the time, feels the need to write commentary on this, well, by God, that's scripture, right? If he takes it seriously, you bet your ass you're going to take it seriously, right? And it's not just him. It's Danilo, it's all kinds of people. Barzilai, lots of people. So we have these scientific commentaries of the 10th to the 12th century. And then the book becomes magicalized. Because if it describes how God made the world, and if righteous people can make their own worlds, then this might be a roadmap to making our own stuff. And so it enters into its magical period, specifically in Europe with the Fatih Ashkenaz in the 11th and 13th century, right? And then eventually it's synthesized into the Kabbalah in the 13th century, and eventually it makes its way into modernity. We'll get into a little bit more of this other, more recent stuff in a bit. Now, of course, the Sefer Yetzirah is most heavily associated at the level of magic with the golem. I'm sure most folks here have heard of the golem. I've spent a lot of time talking about the golem. But the golem, of course, is an artificial humanoid made from clay animated by magical means, specifically by techniques found in the Sefer Yetzirah. The earliest descriptions for the production of a golem are found primarily in the 12th century in the commentary on the Sefer Yetzirah written by Eliezer Verms, German Ashkenazi rabbi. And he writes how to create a golem using various kinds of magical techniques, meditation techniques primarily, combining letters with vowels over and over and over again in a form of mystical meditation. And one can transform clay into a human being through these mystical meditations. And so the golem becomes this sort of artificial human. By the way, the word golem actually doesn't appear in the Hebrew Bible once, I think, to describe unformed fetus. It's actually sort of the word for fetus in the Hebrew Bible. It's an entity that's not quite human and not quite not human, somewhere in between. That's why, by the way, in the Hebrew Bible, that if you kill someone, you're subject to the death penalty. But if in the middle of a fight, a man hits a woman who's pregnant and calls her to miscarry, he's not subject to the death penalty because the thing inside her is a golem, not a person, right? So the rabbis are actually very clear about what's a person, what's not. For them, unborn people, right, unborn entities are golems, not people. That's why there's no death penalty case in that matter. Which is something I think is weird. I don't know why more fundamentalist Christians and people don't really. Yeah, they're all out reading the Bible. They'll read it in. Yeah, be about it. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Read the damn thing. So at any rate, the golem, right, is how this idea came about, right? Because if God can make things and I can make things, well, I can use speech to make things too. And the golem becomes the quintessential legend for this. Now, you probably heard the golem of Prague, just as a myth-busting thing to ruin your night. The golem of Prague was invented by a 19th century German writer, non-Jewish German writer, and ascribed the whole idea to the Maharal of Prague. The Maharal of Prague never made a golem. There was no golem legends prior to the 19th century in Prague. Now, don't go shouting that very loudly if you go to Prague because they'll throw you out of a window. That's, Prague hospitality. Because they make a lot of money on tourism on the whole golem thing. But Maharal of Prague never made a golem. Never was interested in golems. If you read the Maharal of Prague's actual writings, he would have been very opposed to things like that. He was a pretty 10 and 2 by the book kind of legalist, actually. So that entire legend is in some ways around the clock. Although the Golem movie is very important, what's also interesting about the Golem movie, I'll just mention here just briefly, is that the Golem movie as we have it is actually a prequel. It's a prequel. The original Golem movie and the sequel have both been lost. They're lost movies, sadly. So if you ever go see the Golem movie that we have is a prequel to a movie that's been lost. And the sequel, which we also know was made, has also been lost. Two of these movies that, a lot of, as you may know, a lot of film back in the day was printed on things like nitrocellulose or whatever, like really, really combustible film. And, even a spark could burn the whole thing down. So a lot of these movies were lost. So if you ever see the Golem, just know that you're watching a prequel to a movie that was very popular that's been lost now. So the invention of an artificial humanoid. And further, the last thing I'll say about Sefer Yetzirah is that dozens of commentaries on this little book have been written in the century since it's been written. Sefer Yetzirah is probably the single most commented book after the Bible and the I should be careful what I say about that. There are dozens of commentaries. I will say that on Sefer Yetzirah, and Standard Edition has at least 12 commentaries attached to it. And so the Sefer Yetzirah in the traditional Jewish world is a highly, highly, highly commented on book, and it is in fact, to this day, I think would say it is a canonical book of Jewish scripture. As we get into Europe, right? As we get into Europe and the world of the Ashkenaz, and we're going to run a little over tonight, but I think it's okay. I won't try to go too far over. As we get into Europe, we get into the world of the Ashkenaz. We've been in the Middle East for a while, right? We've been in ancient Israel, ancient Palestine, we've been in ancient Egypt, we've been in ancient Mesopotamia. The focus begins to shift beginning in the period of the 10th and 11th centuries. That has a lot to do with what's going on in the Middle East with things like the Mongol invasions and some kind of crackdowns, at least at some level, in terms of things get a little stricter in the Islamic world. And so the intellectual centers begin to shift to traditional Jewish parts of the world in Europe, Ashkenaz being one of them. Now, people have these bizarre ideas that all of European Jews are descendants of Khazars that converted in the 9th century or something, and that all European Jews are not really Jews. There's all the kind of bizarre anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Jews have been in Europe for thousands of years, right? Because Jews have been traveling with the Romans the entire time, and wherever the Romans established trade places, Jews went. Like lots of people went. Greeks went, right? People forget that, Massalia, Marseille, on the very south coast of France, was a Greek colony. right? Set there to do trade. So trade and movement of populations has happened all through the Roman world. People forget that one of the capitals of the Roman Empire was Trier in Germany, right? That blows people's minds, but Constantine the Great was born in Trier, in what is now Germany. It's the birthplace of Karl Marx, of all people. So Jews have been in Europe for centuries. Now, what goes online, right, is that beginning in this period, right, Jews come to the forefront of learning other kinds of things, not just trade. And in Ashkenaz, around the turn of the millennium, maybe a couple hundred years after the turn of the millennium of 1000 Common Era, we have a very weird esoteric theology development. It's called the unique cherub circle. And the unique cherub circle introduced the idea that God and the world can't be directly connected. Why? Well, it's simple philosophy. If God is infinite and the world is finite, then the distance between the infinite and the finite is always going to be infinite. That's a theological problem. So what do? You need something to link the world. You need a bridge, something that's quasi-finite and something that's kind of quasi-infinite. And what they introduced was the idea of ha'atzalah, right? Ha'atzalah, that God flows out of God's self, and somehow the flowing out of God's self bridges the gap between the infinite God and the finite world. And the thing that bridges the gap for this group of people was a thing called the unique cherub, right? The cherub is a kind of angel, as you probably know. And this unique cherub bore the glory of God. That God's glory had a hidden inner glory, right? Right, it's like imagine the inside of the sun, right? The inside of the sun is full of like energy and intensity, but we never see it. What do we see in the sun? We see the outside layer, right? We see the outer glory. And the outer glory, right, of God, the outer kavod, flows out and becomes a kind of special angel, a unique cherub. And that special angel is an atzalah, is an emanation of flowing out of God, right? And that bridges the gap between the infinite and the finite with the unique cherub in the middle. Now, we don't know much about this group, right? This is a very strange group of rabbis there in Ashkenaz, in Germany, and we're still doing research about this. But it seems like they've been introduced to the idea of Neoplatonism, and we'll talk about Neoplatonism next time. All right, we'll talk about it later. Now, what ends up happening is that infused with this idea of ha'atzalah, of emanation, the Sefer Yetzirah gets fused to it. So the idea is, well, it can't just be one thing, right? Maybe it's 10. Maybe there are 10 things standing between the infinite, utter transcendent God and us. And maybe between those things, there are 10 things. Because Sefer Yetzirah says there are 10. 10 Sephirot Belemah, right? So maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. Maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. And that idea of the ladder having 10 rungs is taken up in the first Kabbalistic text in history, the Sefer Bahir. This is from the first text of Kabbalah. If you want to start studying Kabbalah, this is the text you start with, the Sefer Bahir. This is the first printed version you see here on the left-hand side. This is a midrash, right? Midrashim are texts in which the Bible is used as a stepping stone, or a diving board, better, right? To riff, right? Like, folks feel like jazz, right? If you like jazz, right? One of the things that you'll go to a jazz show, right? Coltrane might start a riff, right? And then Monk might pick up, right? With the drums. And then someone else is going to pick up, right? And then they're going to riff. And they're going to riff, and they're going to riff, and a riff. Variation on themes, right? If you want to think about what Midrash is Jewish jazz. It's taking a riff and going with it, right? Commenting on it, legends, weird stuff, strange ideas, right? Don't read this, read that. Turn the letters around backwards, read it that way, right? It's riffing, right? It's improvisation on these ideas. Midrash is Jewish jazz, right? So What we get in the Sefer Bahir is a work of Jewish jazz, Midrash. It was very popular in the Middle Ages, right? But this Midrash is really interesting for a couple of reasons. One is because it's ascribed to a first century Jewish scholar, Nechunya ben Hakana. Now, Nechunya ben Hakana didn't write this, but it's ascribed to him to kind of give it a little gravitas. Further, what's also really important about this is it's very clear that whoever wrote this is doing some really, really interesting theological, philosophical mysticism. They're riffing on this material, on the Bible, in a way we've never seen before. Now, did they make it all up? Were they part of a larger tradition? Was there a community of people doing this? This is just the one work that survived? We don't know, right? But what we do know is this text introduces the core concepts that become the foundation for the Kabbalah as we know it. Now, these midrashim inside of, there are 200 of these inside of the Sefer Bahir, they are not united in any stretch of the imagination. In fact, the story goes right that the writer must have written them all down, and then the story is they threw them into the air, and ever how they landed, that's how they got edited together. The editing seems random, right? Now, there are passages that do seem contiguous, and then they kind of titter off into seemingly random commentaries. But there are a couple things that are very crucially important about Sefer Bahir. The first thing that's really crucially important is Sefer Bahir combines Sefer Yetzirah in the unique cherub circle. The Sefer Bahir says there are emanations of God, right? There is, again, have you ever folks ever like boiled milk? Right, or like you ever seen like go to a wedding where someone's pouring champagne over like one glass, and one glass sits on like two glasses, and two glasses sit on four glasses, right? And they're pouring the champagne flows down on the glasses. Well, imagine like pouring a champagne, the bottle never got empty, right? That's what the Sephirot are. It's God pouring God's self out, but because God is infinite, God never becomes empty, and the world becomes full, right? That's what the emanations are. So Sefer Bahir does two really important things in this respect. It combines the 10 Sephirot of the Sefer Yetzirah with the idea of emanations, and it says, yes, God emanated in 10 forms, distinct forms. There are 10 distinct emanations, and it discusses them at length. Now, Kabbalah, as you probably know it, as everyone knows it, if there is nothing else that makes Kabbalah Kabbalah, it's that. There are 10 emanations. They relate to each other. They are various aspects of God. God's mercy, God's judgment, God's glory, God's victory, God's beauty. Right? That's a core component of Kabbalah. We'll start getting to that stuff next time. Right? So that's the one thing, very important thing that Sefer Bahir does. It combines those two ideas into one system for the first time. Secondly, right, what Sefer Bahir does is it introduces the idea that God has a feminine form, the Shekhinah, right? Now, the idea of the Shekhinah goes all the way back to the Talmud, right? But never does God have a feminine form. It's just that the word Shekhinah is feminine grammar-wise. But in the Bahir, the Shekhinah is described as a lady, almost always in the same kind of language being used to describe other women in the medieval period. She's actually described as a patronica, right? It's a Latin term that becomes an important term in medieval courtly lore. So God's presence in the world becomes feminized. Again, if you know nothing else about Kabbalah, you know that the Shekhinah is the feminine presence of God in the world. Lechadodi. Every time you've ever been to a Kabbalah Shabbat service, you've sung Lechadodi. It's all about welcoming the Shabbat bride, the Shabbat bride, who is God's feminine form. This idea appears for the first time in the Sefer Bahir, right? And again, the language here is full of courtly language. We think this text is being written sometime in the early Middle Ages. Although there are people like Ronit who actually says that Nerose says that it may have been written in Babylon. It's really hard for me to tell. Frankly, those folks are such brilliant scholars that I'm just going to defer to their ingenuity. What's also important about the descriptions of the Shekinah in the Sefer Bahir is that she's almost always described in these really weird terms as an exile, that she came from the land of light, or that she's a princess from a faraway land. And scholars, at least of an earlier generation, and I think even some scholars now, and maybe even me, detect that in Gnostic literature, we can talk maybe a little bit more about Gnostic literature in the Q&A afterwards. There's an idea in Gnostic literature, this is a form of heterodox religion that existed back in the ancient classical world, where there's the incarnation of Sophia, of wisdom, and she makes a mistake. And she creates this hideous ruler god who creates our physical world, and our physical world is trapped, right? But she's the incarnation of light and brilliance and wisdom, right? And she's always described as being from another world, right? And some people think, right, especially in earlier generation of scholarship, maybe even some folks now, think that the Sefer Bahir may continue forth a tradition or drag into the Middle Ages some Gnostic ideas. Let me talk more about those later if folks are interested in those Gnostic ideas. But there seems to be some kind of quasi-Gnostic character to the Shekhinah as she appears in the Sefer Bahir. Last couple things I'll say about the Sefer Bahir as we wrap up the night is, one, the Sefer Bahir describes divine power as a kind of tree, or as a kind of fullness. Now, that tree language is going to be obviously very important, because if you've ever studied Kabbalah, the one thing you'll know is that the Sephirot are often arrayed in what's called the Eitz Chaim, the tree of life, and that tree language, right, the God, the kind of divine tree, also appears in Sefer Bahir, and it describes God as having roots and limbs, and buds, and flowers, and leaves, and things. There's kind of a fullness to God, which also seems to maybe have its origins in very ancient Gnostic schools of thought. Also, this will be important as we get later on into Kabbalah proper, is that for the Sefer Bahir, evil seems to have a life of its own. Now, in traditional Judaism and in traditional Christianity, evil is thought of as a privation, right? Augustine, I was giving an example for the Christian tradition, right? Augustine says that evil isn't a thing in itself, right? Evil is a lack of something. It's a lack of God's grace. In the same way that heat is a thing, the cold isn't. Darkness is not a thing. Light is. Darkness is just a term we use for the absence of light. Cold is just a term we use for the absence of heat. Evil is just a term we use for the absence of God. Well, ancient Gnostics believed that evil was very real. It had its own existence. And there are sections in the Sefer Bahir that say, yeah, evil existed on its own. It was out there all along. God kind of tamed it, but not quite. And what we'll see when we get into Proto-Kabbalah next time is that evil is going to be one of the overwhelmingly interesting things on the part of the Kabbalists. Where did evil come from? Because, as you might imagine, Jews living in Europe in the 13th century are going to do a lot of evil. And they're going to be very interested in where evil comes from. And the image that the traditional Kabbalists will use is the very image you've seen here on the left. That evil is the sparks thrown off the anvil as God created the world. Right? Just as when you create a knife, you have to pound the steel. As you pound the steel, it throws off dross. Well, when God made the world, it threw off dross. And that dross, for the early Kabbalists, is evil. And it's always been here. It's always been here. And that image of the blacksmith hammering at the anvil will be an image we'll see repeatedly when we get into Kabbalah. Well, folks, we are there. We have now crossed the threshold from the Merkaba Hechalot world. We are now into the world of what we might call the Proto-Kabbalah. Now, what I want to just reinforce as we wrap up for the night is that Kabbalah was not born all at once. As you can see, these ideas are developing. We have the Sephirot from the Sefer Yetzirah. We have the emanation sequence from the unique cherub circle. We have it synthesized by the Sefer Bahir. We're going to see that later texts further synthesize ideas from the Sefer Bahir. Kabbalah is a development. It's a development. So it's really important to understand that when people talk about the Kabbalah, they're not quite right. What we should talk about is Kabbalistic development and then schools of Kabbalah. right? Now we'll see. We'll get into this later on as we get into Kabbalah. We'll see this a lot more clearly. Well, finally, I just want to point to some additional reading. I know that folks love to do. A lot of folks like to get into this stuff, and I know that literature on the Kabbalah can be a little. It can be a mire, right? It can be really, really technically sophisticated. You have to learn to read 15 languages to figure this stuff out, or it can be like a lot of hooey stuff that people just make up out of their minds. But these texts are all really solid. I mentioned earlier, right, that Zahi Weiss, I think, has written, I think for me, one of the best arguments for the early history and development of the Kabbalah. So if you really want to get into the weeds of how Kabbalah, about Sefer Yetzirah, rather, how Sefer Yetzirah developed, I think Zahi Weiss has a really great argument, in my opinion. The Peter Heyman text is the standard edition now, critical edition of the Kabbalah. You can ILL that one, it costs like $800. So you're not going to get it from a university library, but it is just standard analysis of the Sefer Yetzirah. Aria Kaplan is the standard one you get on Amazon. It's okay. He analyzes the Sefer Yetzirah from a Lurianic Kabbalistic perspective, which isn't bad or anything, but I think it distorts the text in a way that I find to be confusing, especially people who've never encountered the text before. In the standard religious version of the Sefer Yetzirah, the best religious version, if you want to read a religious version with a bunch of commentaries, is the Sefer Yetzirah Hashalem, that's published by Harab Moshe Suriel. You can get that I can give folks a link if you want to buy that, but you'll need to be able to read Hebrew and stuff for that one. It's only in Hebrew, so if you want a copy of that one, I can send you a link to it if you like. And for Sefer Bahir, Joseph Don has a really great book on both the early Kabbalah and the Unique Cherub Circle. That Unique Cherub Circle book also within ILL. It's very expensive. And we'll get to the books of contemplation here next week. And also, Aria Kaplan has a nice version of the Sefer over here. That, again, comes with the same caveats, right? He's a Lurianic Kabbalist, and he brings a specific Lurianic interpretation to the text that, again, it can be confusing. I'm not opposed to Kabbalists doing Kabbalah. I mean, Kabbalists should do Kabbalah. That's their path. But I think that often when beginner people pick it up, it's like, oh, this is what it means. I'm like, yeah, no, it's not quite that. It's more complicated than that. So again, I don't want to fault a Kabbalist for being a Kabbalist, but it's not academic, right? It's not an academic text. But it is easily accessible and widely available online. Well, folks, next week we turn to the early Kabbalah. We're going to be looking at some developments in southern France and Spain. We're going to be looking at how the earliest strata of Kabbalah developed. And then after that, we turn to the most monumental text in all of Jewish mystical history. That's the Sacred Zohar, right? The Book of Illumination. My child is named Zohar. If you want to get an idea about how important this book is to me and mine, I got a kid named Zohar. So I take it pretty seriously. And so we'll get to the Sacred Zohar after, the time after next. Next time we'll be dealing with developments, philosophical, mystical developments in the earliest stages of Kabbalah in Europe, in the very earliest stages of Kabbalah at all. So we'll turn to the early Proto-Kabbalah next time. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic and philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks. Well, we're about at 5 after, I'm going to pick up with some summary from last time, so we can all be on roughly the same page of completely mysterious books that no one really understands, which is great. That said, we'll do some summary, then we'll jump into it after we'll open up things a little bit more for questions, just in case there's some lingering questions. And again, I say questions, I mean questions I can possibly answer. You can ask me questions like, how do I make a golem? I'll tell you, I have no idea, but here are 3 books in Aramaic that allegedly tell you how to do it. Go forth and have fun. So as we covered last time, we took a look at some of the really foundational texts that go in the form of what I might call proto-Kabbalah. And every time I hear the word proto anything, it just sounds like completely pretentious academic speak. But what I mean here is these are going to be texts that are going to either underwrite, or they're going to keep you informed, they're going to give some really important terminology to what will become Kabbalah. But they're kind of bridge texts from the period before the rise of the Kabbalah, which we'll get to in earnest tonight. And they're texts that underwrite or undergird or allow or serve as a foundation for what's going to become the Kabbalah as you may know it, or as you don't know it and you're here to learn more about it, or you've heard this word from Madonna or whatever. Thinking of Britney Spears, God bless her, has a Kabbalah tattoo, I think. I don't know. May the Lord help her. She needs help, and not she doesn't need help, but the people that are doing terrible things to her, they need help. At any rate, the Sefer Yetzirah is probably one of the more famous of these books, and it's a very tiny little book. Like I think I said last time, in its early recension, it's only a couple thousand words long, And it's a book of cosmogenesis, which is just a $2 word that means something like how the world came into being. We're still writing cosmogenic books, right? If you've ever read The Prehistory of Time by Stephen Hawking, other kinds of books like that, we're still very interested in how the world came into being, and the Sefer Yetzirah is an early attempt to describe that using two different categories. The first category is the Sephirot of nothingness, right? The Sephirot Delimai. And as I talked about last time, we're not really sure what these are. What we do know is they're non-divine emanations. And we know that because the text never refers to them as such, never even sort of invokes that notion. That notion's going to come a bit later, and we're going to see it in full force tonight for sure. And the other, of course, is the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And what we have in the Sefer Yetzirah is a story about how the world came into being, with God using the 10 sephirot of nothingness, probably mathematical terms of some kind, right? Some kind of math term, and then the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and using those together, God hews creation out. Air conditioning's still on, right? And I love this image of hewing. It's as if God is sort of like hammering away at something to form something. And it's really got this image to be very beautiful. It doesn't have this sort of, just one. Alright, you want some food or something? It's a working class God in mind, building things out of nothing, with numbers and letters. And I always appreciate the working class God hewing the world out of being. This is the Rosie the Riveter God. This is not the aristocratic God speaking from a throne from all high. So I appreciate that image a lot more. The wobbly thing. What we have, right, in these images of the undergirding structure of Sefer Yetzirah is that word and being have a continuity. That language. This is Rabbi coming to you live from the World Famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Brian Redband, how are you? Hey man, how are you doing? It's been a long time. It's been Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. We are back at the World Famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip. Before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges from rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr. Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast. And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know, if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns and social distancing, well, then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD has the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we've used, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself. I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products I think can help get you through this. They have CBD AM Plus. If you have difficulty concentrating while working from home, this has CBD Plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum. I'm in the spectrum. Gummies. If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. And, of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good and you've got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research, and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more. So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which one of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com and promo code KillTony for 20% off. And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very exciting to have the great Ryan J. Ebelt here with us tonight of RyanJEbelt.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony, including all the tour posters, and those are all for sale, sometimes for amazing auctions at RyanJEbelt.com. We have the great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Betterbox Studios. Go get yourself a candle at damngoodcandleco.com. Damngoodcandleco.com. And they even have a Hinge Me of Dreaming. They sold out, but I do believe perhaps they restocked that. And yeah, check out Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KillTony. Get some Caveman Coffee. Save some money using the promo code KillTony. And delicious Vito's Pizza. If you're in Southern California, in fact, not only do I eat their pizza, but I have been completely addicted to the baked ziti as of late. I didn't get to tell you, Charlie, I did it again this week. I did it again. I Postmated it. I almost want to, if I were to put on the special instructions on Postmate, if I was going to be like, what's up, Charlie, throw in a breadstick, you would see that, right? Okay, I'm going to do that from now on. Because those little breadsticks you brought that one time are like, I don't want to say they're better than the big breadsticks, but I mean, garlic? What's the deal with them? They're just tinier. I'd rather have like a couple tiny ones than like they have crazy breadsticks there, but it's like for me it's like a lot of work. I'm looking at this thing like, god damn, it's like a loaf of bread. I mean, it's great. I just want a little bit of bread. You know what I mean? I don't need all. Yeah, it's like you would love the normal bread. You know, my new favorite thing is getting fettuccine alfredo and then adding mushrooms to it. Oh, it's like cream of mushrooms. I get the ziti from Vito's, and I added they have like small meatballs. Either that or you like cut them in half or something. You just break them up. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a new. I have to make sure I'm not doing anything physical afterwards. You know, like riding an e-bike or anything like that. No serious exercise afterwards. But anyway, a lot of fun stuff happening. I'm excited to be here, and we have a guest tonight. Very excited about this. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady joining us for this entire episode, I can say with no ego at all, is one of my favorite human beings, and she is truly Kill Tony royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old, she became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the Comedy Store enforced a rule that people under 21 aren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, even to perform, which was a controversial law at the time because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you left right afterwards back then. So she had to break her tenureship of being a regular, and on her 21st birthday, she came back to be a regular. Did it for years, now opens up for the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career and an unbelievable podcast. I love her with all of my heart. One of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Ali Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music from when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. The baby girl is all grown ups, everybody. Hi. Hello, Allie. How are you? Oh my gosh, I'm good. I'm so happy to have you here. I'm so happy to be here. I am a big fan of yours. I get a little bit starstruck around you, so this is exciting. Welcome, welcome. You've been doing a lot of skateboarding on your Instagram as of late. It's very inspiring. Yeah, I've had like this skateboard for 4 years because I thought that if I got a skateboard, skater boys would fall in love with me, and that didn't happen. So I just stopped skating. And then this guy came over to my house to look at a room that was open, and he mentioned that he was a skater. And so when he was leaving, I saw my board that I haven't rode, okay, in like 4 years, and I'm like, what do I do with this? Can I sell it? Do I just give it to a kid? And he picks it up and he looks at it and he was like, this is my pro model skateboard. So now we've been skating together. Ooh. Yeah. Are you learning fast? Kind of, somewhat, to some extent. Well, I actually had Allie, I asked her if she would bring her skateboard here with her, and you did. I brought it. So I'm thinking maybe at the end of tonight's episode, if she's willing to do us the honor, I'm thinking maybe you could try a little trick here on the greatest stage in the history of comedy. I'm getting pretty nervous about it. I am nervous because I ate shit so hard today, just like trying to do a cool turn to like put my skateboard in my trunk. Like, I wasn't doing anything except trying to turn, and I fell so hard. There's a lot of people that fall down on this show, but you know what? They pick themselves up, and that's what matters in the end. I believe that's what the great Michael Caine said in all of the Batman movies. Oh, that's Bane. That was Bane. I get all my voices, Batman voices. If I do eat shit and, like, end up handicapped, do I get to become a regular on the show? Absolutely. You'll become a regular yet again. You will be, we have many wheelchair regulars now, and you will be added to the club. You guys can come out in a little choo-choo train once in a while. Okay. Allie, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, they're the best damn band in the land. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I present to you the best damn band in the land, it's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Robert Joel Dennis, Chroma Chris, and the Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Ooh, this is scary music. What is this? Oh my god. Just get out there, show these people what's going on. I literally have no idea what they're supposed to be, by the way. You guys all work at like a haunted house, a Halloween house or something? Welcome, ghouls and goblins, to Channel 9's horror-themed show. Wow! And Oregon is in for a scare tonight. Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Room for a second. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi Jeremiah. That's not Jeremiah, what's your name? My name's Vincent Shadow. Vincent Shadow, I'm gonna write that one down, because that seems easy to forget. Vincent Shadow, and who's this little ghoulie? What do you think of the shadows I will be? Alright, who's this little ghoulie goblin you got here? Is that Edna Scissorhands over here? Hey, I'm a skeleton. Oh, you are? What's your name? A skeleton. Oh, hi, skeleton. to the show, Skeleton. You came out, you were all silly and stuff. You swing that arm, that's like your trademark. Whoa, a lot I can do with these folks. And then, who's this young cowboy back here? Good evening, skeletons and creatures of the night. This is your host on AM 66.6 Terror Hour. It's Ghoulie. Thank you for dropping in. Ghoulie? Your name's Ghoulie? These are my favorite main characters of all time. I know it's early in the show. I don't want to curse it. I don't want to ruin it, but I already love these guys. Someone say curse. And there's a beautiful woman here. Absolutely stunning. What's your name, little lady? My name's Jolvira. Jolvira. And I am a regional horror host in Texas, Channel 9. Oh my goodness. You really put the horror in horror. Well, you just stole my opening joke, but back to you in the studio. Tell me. She thought of that for 3 months. Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget, horror. Oh, that's great. Well, Jolvira, hopefully you have a little bit more up your sleeve, even though you don't have sleeves. Oh, you're getting into it. Oh my goodness, this is a Halloween spectacular, everybody. Welcome to October 31st. The great David Deary is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode, I do believe, planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it off, he's been on the show a couple times before, and he's back. It is Kyler Bentley, everybody. Here's some music, because here comes Kyler Bentley. Yeah, here's Kyler Bentley. Hey, I live in a senior living facility, and I know what you're thinking. I'm too young, but they have a saying where I live. It's you're only as old as you feel, and I feel like a dirty old man. So I fit in just fine. I just found out I'm next on the list for a HUD housing rent voucher, so I'm waiting for one of my neighbors to die. Yeah, it's kind of weird hoping for that to happen, but I know who I hope it is, and oddly enough, it is not the alleged pedophile. Yeah, he's a good guy. Lets me use his Wi-Fi. They say there's a lot of cliches about the senior living facility. Like everyone has an Esther living there. It's not true. We have 2 Esthers. So somewhere there's a senior center missing an Esther. Fuck yeah. Kyler Bentley. Getting it started with a bang. I love that performance. Very, very funny. Senior living facility. Is that true? I'm not sure. I've never seen evidence of pedophilia there. No, I mean, you live in a senior facility? Yeah. That's cool. My mom once lived in a senior facility for a couple years. That was interesting. It wasn't like a facility. It was like a luxury apartments just for old people. But she qualified. Yeah, she was old enough. You had to be like 60. Maybe you had to be like 50. It was like 20 years ago. Wow. It was for just a couple of years, but it was awesome. Anyway, so how senior living a facility is it? Like what I'm talking about was like separate apartments in a building. Is this like more like a nursing home, or what are we talking about? No, it's like a regular apartment complex, right. But you got to be senior or disabled to live there. Okay. Is it mostly senior? Yeah, I've got like a lot of surrogate grandmas that give me cookies. And heck yeah. Did you get hit on? Because I heard they're like super horny and they're on Viagra and shit like that. That's like the number one thing I hear. You're so handsome. He gets lots of blowjobs there. They call it Meals on Wheels. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Glurp, ghouls and gals. Oh my goodness. Channel 9. Welcome to Kill Tony. That's very exciting. Hello, it's a ghost. Do you guys ever play games? Do they have like community events or anything like that? Oh yeah, bingo's a big thing there. Do you play bingo? Favorite bingo number is B9. Wow. It perfectly describes bingo. It's not really fun, but it's not cancer either.
That's true. Benign tumor.
I heard bingo is actually pretty fun. Like I used to know a lot of hipsters that would go there, go to the bingo hall.
Red Band's favorite bingo number is I 8.
Tony's favorite one is "Come in His Mouth."
That's not how bingo works,
Yes,
Brian.
it is.
That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works. However, that is my favorite bingo number.
Do you ever do stand-up for the seniors?
I actually was doing a monthly show before COVID hit. I'd get a bunch of other open micers and people I know to come and cheer the old people up.
How's the COVID hit the assisted living place?
Oh, it's like Hitler running the place over there, man. It's on serious lockdown.
Yeah, it's wild, right?
Masks required, and even if there's nobody around you, where's your mask?
Right. Yeah, exactly. People are freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late?
No, crazy enough, nobody's had the COVID there.
That's good. It must be in a nice part of town, not too far east, huh?
No, it's really far east.
Oh, it is? How far?
I mean, not far east, like China far east, but Montclair.
Montclair.
Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from here.
I'm looking at Joel
I
Vyra.
will put this nail in your coffin, Tony.
Joel Vyra is our senior East LA correspondent.
Yeah,
where
my
is
favorite bingo number is "Be Quiet."
Joelberg.
Wow, real Joelberg chant. Look at that. Good job, Joel Vyra. Whoa, getting things started. Whoa.
You ever steal any like jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are about to die?
Good question.
No, my neighbor says he has a $10,000 domino set, though.
Oh, red band or
Wait,
dominoes.
dominoes? Like cheesy bread? That's expensive.
$10,000 cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
$10,000 dominoes. That's only a week at my place.
Wait, why would that be? I don't get it.
It's my impression of Red Band. Ooh, a reverse. Hello? That sucked.
You called him to tell him?
Yeah. Oh, it's a bitter ghost. Ooh.
Kyler, what's your sex life like? Did I ask you this before?
No, but that's how I know that you're not gay, Tony, because only straight guys ask me that question.
There you go.
It's pretty much non-existent.
Rock solid side.
But that's not because things don't work. It's just I have no game.
Well, you know what? We have good news for you. Joel Vyra is ready to have anal sex. Here we go. Oh, look at this hairy armpits. Can you do it?
Have you ever been to Transylvania?
Hey! There you go. That's a fucking slid that right in there.
Go get the purple dildo.
Oh, shit. I love it, man. Well, Kyler, I love that we're able to squeeze you in here and up here. What do you got planned for the rest of the night? Anything crazy?
I got Aphrodite waiting in my access right outside.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, so
It's going to be a tight squeeze this evening.
Black magic.
Cocoa butter. Allie, you've seen Kyler around the circuit, right?
Yeah, it's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down, and I always ask him lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spitting game because I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations, me and you have something in common is we don't orgasm.
Whoa.
I didn't want to bring it up.
There you go. My goodness. Was that a secret? It looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery. Okay, put your phone down.
That joke brought to you by John's Manure Company on 3rd Avenue. Go get your manure.
Wait, is that a Channel 9 reference? Kyler Bentley, ladies and gentlemen, so much fun. Thank you. The great Kyler Bentley.
I like the bullet.
What? Oh, yeah. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley
my stand-up on social media. Absolutely. That's where you can follow him. All right, let's see. What do we got here? What do we got? I don't see William or David in this room. Is that correct? Oh, at the same time? Okay. Yeah. Tell one of them to come over here. God, it's unbelievable. It's just amateurs. Absolutely. Sub-retarded. Like to call that retarded.
You know, when Allie was a regular, we didn't have to deal with such
At all.
annoying.
Waiting, ready, everything written, prepared, professional, ready to go.
It cost me so much.
Wait. Allie, it's in your head, zombie. Okay, all right.
Go grab Tony Gidley. I pulled Tony Gidley out. He works in the kitchen here. This is very exciting. This is going to be, I believe, his first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Here he is, Tony Gidley. We got him, David. We got him.
Tony Gidley. It is Tony Gidley.
Here he is. Tony Gidley, everybody. Here he goes. Here he is, Tony Gidley.
Should I have my mask on?
No.
Okay. So you guys know what the most popular 2020 children's new names are? G-Lane and Maxwell. Too soon? No. There's a couple months left in the year. She's still got some time to die. Let's see. I'm out of breath. Not even running. So I was hanging out with my little cousins anyway. And I opened up the refrigerator for my little cousin. I said, "You want some of this 7-Up?" And he's like, "No, I'm only 6." And I was like, "All right, well, you want some of this Coke?" And he said, "Yeah, line it up, motherfucker." And we had a good time. Basketball all night. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I love to hate that guy. So I'm sitting there screaming at the TV. I'm like, "Fuck Curry! I fucking hate Curry! Curry sucks donkey dicks!" And then a guy came out from behind the bar. He said, "Excuse me, sir, but Curry is very important for native cuisine. Take it easy, bro. Plus, it can hit the 3."
Wow. There you go. It is in your head. The zombies are in your head. Tony Gidley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy?
Incorrect.
Oh, you've been doing it a while.
I started in 2019 in January at a potluck, and I've been doing mics and a show called Comedy Chow ever since.
Awesome.
And
okay. It's your first time on Kill Tony, though.
I've signed up, but I've not been on.
Correct. Okay.
You look a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine.
It's true. He started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
You've been exercising a lot? You've been out on your e-bike?
Nope.
No? Oh, you're an e-biker?
No, I don't know what the fuck it is.
No, it's nothing. Have you been exercising?
I just hiked. Just went for a hike today.
That's it. When you're... Let me just catch you guys up on something you might not know. If you're truly white trash, all you need to do is work out once, and you get compliments for like 3 days. People are like, "Oh my god, you look great. Did you do something?" It's like, "Oh, I went on a 30-minute hike earlier." That's it.
I got all of my fucking unemployment money just recently.
Oh, really? What'd you do with it? How'd you spend it?
All at once. I bought some hiking shoes.
Wow. Did you spend $10,000 at Domino's?
No, but I could.
You got hiking shoes? What else did you get?
I got a couple of pairs of shoes. I got like 4 pairs of shoes. You just buy shoes.
Jesus. So I think somebody like looting on Melrose in June. I spent all of my money on shoes. Size 50.
You're making a grave mistake right now, Joe. 6 feet away, motherfucker.
My goodness. So what kind of shoes did you get?
I actually got shoes that are like Nike All Conditions gear. So they're called ACG, which is actually my initials. ASG? ACG? All conditions here. Oh my goodness. They're the most comfortable hiking boots that I have worn. Wow. Where are you hiking? Kenneth Hahn, primarily. He specializes in trash piles and landfills. Yeah. I grew up on like 14 acres in the woods. Is that true? Where were the woods at? What part? Michigan. Oh, what part of Michigan? Right in the middle. Right by the Capitol. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow, you are truly just born in an ashtray. Absolutely. That is incredible. What do your parents do for work? Both retired now. What did they used to do? My worked at a factory? Yeah, I worked at plenty of factories. My dad was a Vietnam veteran, is a Vietnam veteran, Marine. I can see you carried on his looks, the bandana, the facial hair. You look like a young Vietnam vet yourself. This is the longest that my hair has ever been, but yes. Yeah. And how about your mom? She used to be a bus driver. Absolutely not. She's a prison warden. Whoa! Close. I was close. Bus driver, prison warden, right next door at the White Trash Family Employee Benefit Place.
They have the same shapes too.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very strong. Your mom has broad shoulders? Sure. Oh, you know she does. Come on, dude. She's a stout young woman still, yeah. Do you remember any stories? Like, was there any, she always got stabbed once, or? Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, no, she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would, cut themselves open just to, be able to go to the hospital or whatever. Oh. And then eventually that fucking scar would just open up with their finger.
They call that flirting.
So they could just go to the hospital or whatever. You call that foreplay, Elvira? She
flirting.
But they made her all kinds of crafts and they painted pictures for her and shit. Oh my goodness. But some of the picture of me raping you, bitch. And they also masturbated it.
I used my own shit to paint it.
What did you think about that joke that I just made, Skeleton?
I'm laughing to the moon.
Oh my goodness. What's something crazy that we'd find a little bit wild about you, Tony Gidley? You seem like you have a lot of skeletons in your closet. Crazy? Not very crazy. I make beats. You do? I make a lot of beats. You do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now? Here we go, everybody. It's one of the rare live performances that we're getting. He's putting on his mask. He's going future on us.
Yeah, who would have thought beatboxing would be one of the most dangerous things we do?
He's got one of the official Kill Tony masks on. This is very exciting. Turns out he's a big fan of the show.
Represent.
That's right. Oh, shit.
You're from a nippogram, yeah.
You're from a nippogram, yeah. You're from a nippogram, yeah.
Here comes that bass. Wow, that was incredible. ACG. Wow.
You're right, a prison guard? Let me search it.
That is incredible. And speaking about finding out how hard you have to work it, you're actually working in the kitchen right now. Yeah. You are on duty. You're the only person to get paid while being a guest on Kill Tony in a very, very long time. That is absolutely incredible. How do you like working in the kitchen here at the Comedy Store? Oh, it sucks. It does? Yeah. What do you dislike about it? Just the grease. Just grease. Yeah, it's a lot of grease. Just grease.
If you can't handle the heat, you're gonna love hell.
Oh my goodness. I heard they have s'mores there.
That's heaven you're thinking of.
How the fuck are you gonna cook a s'more in heaven? You have your own air fryers. They have air fryers. You can cook it anywhere. Microwaves.
Snap your fingers. You're in heaven, baby. I can't go. I'm jealous.
All you guys go to hell when you died?
We're alive. We're TV show.
I'm sorry.
Channel 9, Bend, Oregon.
Oh, so these are just characters that you guys play.
Your regional TV horror host, Tony.
Oh. Wow. That laugh was very scary. How'd you do that?
Well, things are buried deep between your legs with secrets that just comes from the mouths of goodness of bottled up potatoes.
All right. Tony. Oh, okay, Tony. That's very. Back to the kitchen you go. Tony Gidley, everybody. What's your social media? Tony Gidley 28. Tony Gidley 28. It's in your head. All right, we're having fun here. Hey, look, one of the regulars is here. They were both performing at the same time in a fucking window during the show a minute ago, but one of them is here. You know this guy, very controversial figure. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Big Red Machine, the Red Dead Revolver, the Red Dead with the red shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out, William Montgomery.
Y'all, I read the set when I was in New York City last week. I was about to perform at Showtime at the Apollo. Bunch of blacks. Spoiler alert. Smashing Pumpkins is a cool band name. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we'd call ourselves Shooting Schools. I miss the old Weather Channel. Show me some lo-fi graphics accompanied by elevator jazz. Now you've got World Strangest Weather and shit as programming. Bitch, I got YouTube. Hey, Red Band, when you receive a gallon of Nugenics in the mail, don't blame me, queer. That's a testosterone joke. Red Band is pretty much a bitch. Wow. Yeah, are you gonna really look at me that way, Red Band? Wow. William closing on a joke calling Red Band a bitch. That is not an angle very much used on Red Band. When I saw Red Band, I was at his place 3 nights ago. I was at his. I would never let you at my house. I was in his glory hole in his bathroom. I saw authority. Oriental. Are you gonna use another racist term from the 90s? You fuck. Wow. Are you really gonna say that? Are you calling my girlfriend? Are you calling my girlfriend Oriental bitch? You said I can what? Oh, Red Band is walking over there. David, are you on camera? Bitch! You think I'm a fucking bitch? You're gonna do this? We were friends the other night. I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick. Right now they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood. And some bubblicious bubble gum. Corona Bronas, William and Red Band. The bubblicious. Hey, Red Band, I did send you the new Janet. Oh, he's about to get his pistol. Oh, Red Band. He's bleeding. Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be unlikely. Red Band is about to murder me. Red Band, that's not how things work. Yeah, where do you think we are? The Orient? Bringing a new meaning to Death Squad. So yeah, where is the Death Squad? The Orient? William. Let's talk about your set a little bit here. What set? I didn't see anything. There was some really. You would say that, William. That set was very disorienting. William. Thank you. I appreciate that. William. You had some really great jokes in your set. I really like the What was your favorite? I really like the Smashing Pumpkins school shooter joke. It was very, very good, very well written, very in your style, in your voice, well paced, well timed out, and got a big laugh. How's this week been going for you? It's been pretty good. I am now a salesperson. A singles person? No, a salesperson for the board game Jumanji. I've been playing a bunch of board games. Try to get that die out of my hands because you're not going to be able to. I'm playing Jumanji tonight. Jumanji? I'm playing Jumanji. Right. You know my least favorite board game? Life.
I sort of don't like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly?
Whoa, Red Dad is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really interesting.
He is mad. I saw her suck his penis 2 nights ago in his fucking shower. And I think all the listeners want to know,
Where did you see this at?
He just
It is not allowed at my house. Me and David hang out and have barbecues all the time. I won't let him in my house. My girlfriend doesn't like them.
plot hole with that story. Plot hole with that story. That he doesn't shower.
Yeah, this is wild.
But he stuck his penis. It looks a lot like mine.
How did you weren't in his house, correct? Were you?
I was in his bathroom. I saw his thing come through the hole.
What did it
very
look
slow.
like? What did his thing look like?
Sort of like a squirrel grabbing onto a pecan.
What did it look
Hold on,
like?
who messed my joke up? Who said that?
Doesn't matter. What did
Kidding, I love you.
William? What did you say that it looked like?
It looked like when Redbean stuck his penis through the shower hole and his Oriental girlfriend was bending over. It looked like a squirrel holding on to peanuts.
A squirrel holding on to peanuts?
A squirrel holding on to peanuts. And I didn't know
What
what
noise does a squirrel make?
Okay. I heard a bunch of that.
William, you're really good at making animal noises. Can you do a cow? How about a horse?
Hold on.
Oh, that's what a horse does?
What else? Give me more animals.
Okay, a skunk. Alright, how about a walrus? Wait, that's an Australian person.
It's an English person going to the match.
Okay. How about a dolphin? What noise does a dolphin make?
Clifford.
Okay. This has really gone downhill fast. Alright,
I don't think it has.
one last one. Do an
Rally, get my back.
impression of a dog.
I'm gonna lose the fucking caboose.
I love that.
Allie, what do you think about William's style?
You know, I love William.
How long were you the regular? I feel like. How long were you doing it? I've now been doing it 1 year and 7 months.
She's longer than you.
I don't remember. It's all a blur. I'm wondering, I have a random question. Would you ever replace Will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas?
Yes, last time I heard he was a part of Queen.
Do you like Black Eyed Peas?
I like when Will.i.am sings the Bohemian Rhapsody song and I just get into it. And I can't help but think, where is Redbean's Chinese girlfriend? I want to see her put her lips around his penis.
Hey, where's your girlfriend that beats you up, you little bitch? Yeah, why don't you show me another bruise every week from you getting hit, you little
Mickey, are you fucking with me right now? Did you read all the news? She's in the hospital.
Why? Because she hit herself and then called the cops and said that you did it?
She got in a fight with a ghost.
Really?
I'm kidding. I've been watching a bunch of Dateline. That is a Dateline line.
Alright, William, before we let you go, can we see your impression of a mosquito?
Of a what?
Mosquito. The bug that flies and sucks the blood of people.
Hey, dude, just take your socks off.
Could you do an impression of me?
Yeah, do one of Allie.
Stand a little closer to the goddamn fence.
That's very interesting. That's an interesting team.
Give me another one.
Can you do an impression of Redman?
Hold on, I get it. We're up in outer space now, but y'all realize I am a dice shooting gambler. Is there any sort of, what's that word again? When you're up in space, is there any gravity in here?
That's a great Brian Redman impression. You put the icing on the throw it, you back in a cup.
Give me another one.
No, that's it.
Okay.
There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery, it's a William Montgomery. It's a William Montgomery. very bizarre maneuver that.
I mean, Trump said it would work, right?
No, that's not what he said at all. At all. He said there should be some type of cleansing agents in a vaccine, which there are in other vaccines. There's formaldehyde. He was actually right about that. And he was right about sunshine killing it. But they don't go back and look at any of these things. Go ahead, Ali Makovsky. Thank you, Mr. President.
Don't you produce this podcast?
Yeah. I mean, I did.
Oh my goodness.
Me and David have been looking for an replacement for a while.
Oh my goodness. You stop it.
We actually talked last week.
You know what? I pulled another name out of the bucket. Now we're going to knock it out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man's first time on the show. Put your hands together for Pedro Mijo. Everybody, here he is. Here's Pedro Mijo.
Thank you for the introduction. So, you know what I find very unfair? I find very unfair when you're fighting a girl and her friends find it very odd that she is fighting you, so she gets into it. I also think that it's also unfair that, she kind of takes her time. The guy usually just jumps in, no fucks given, just... So, there's that. There was a time I had a girl that I was really into, and like every other pursuit, it ended with misery, despair, and self-loathing, also known as Manuela. Manuela, would you like to say hello? Oh, shut the fuck up. Alright, so... Okay. So, there was a...
There you go, Pedro Mijo.
I only had two.
Save you there. It's okay, Pedro. There you go. Pedro, that was a very unorthodox set. How long have you been on comedy?
Been doing it for about a month and a half.
Month and a half. You started during the pandemic? How old are you?
26.
25.
This year. I'm turning 26 this year.
When? When's your birthday? September.
Yeah.
September what?
22. I'm a Virgo.
Wow, what's yours?
September 8th.
Oh my goodness.
Mine is September 11th. That way you never forget.
Oh my god.
Didn't see that one coming at all.
Actually,
I'm a regional TV horror.
Also 9/11 because that joke crashed and burned. 9/11.
My favorite bingo number is Be Quiet.
That joke was already made.
Why did the chicken...
Okay. Pedro, welcome to the show. You are 25, going on to 26 very quickly. I still feel like you might be 17.
Yeah, I didn't say it. It's 15.
You are. You have those young ages. Any of your classmates? Forget it. I'm not going to make a joke.
Hey, what's your favorite science teacher? What's her name?
Okay. Red Band's still deeply affected from the words of William Montgomery minutes ago, still riding that adrenaline and perhaps a bleach poisoning running through his veins. Pedro, tell us about your life. You're 25. What do you do for work?
Alright, so I don't really have a job except working at a factory whenever I feel like going.
Why do you have such a lax schedule at the factory?
Well, because I just feel like, there's so many things to do throughout the day. Why do I need to be slaving over something?
What kind of factory is it? You're such a bad comedian, I feel like it could be the Laugh Factory.
It's a cookie factory.
It's a cookie factory. It's a cookie factory?
Cookie factory.
A cookie factory?
Yes.
Uh-oh, Red Band's new favorite comedian of the year.
I don't like the sweets.
Your Instagram at 4 a.m. tells an entirely different story.
Yeah, meat and cheese, a different story. You're right.
Biography.
So what kind of cookies are you making over there?
You guys know the Jen and Jerry's, the whole cookie, the one with the crazy hairs and stuff.
Yeah.
Tastes nasty.
Yeah, the cookies that you make taste nasty.
They taste nasty because they're not made with love.
What are you good at? Do you make shitty cookies? You write shitty jokes? So what's like a talent that you have?
Well, I did serve my country.
What did you serve? What did you do? You served them cookies? What are we talking about here?
Now I do, but no, I used to serve for the military back in 2013 to 16 for the U.S. Army at Fort Hood.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. What branch of the military were you in? The Army.
Yes.
Why do I feel like you're lying? How many push-ups can you do?
25. I'm not gonna do it.
Why? What if we had William do 25 alongside of you? Come on, here we go. Lay down, guys. Here we go. 25 push-ups coming from both of them. There's some armed forces music coming at you. Here we go. 25 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, this is for America. Keep up, William. This is very exciting. Wow, this kid really was in the Army. This is very impressive. All right, Reggie. This is very impressive. Okay, guys, you're good. You're good. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. This kid just dominated you in a push-up competition, William. How does that make you feel without using the microphone? She's nowhere to be found. Okay, there goes William Montgomery. Here he goes. He's hogging it up on his way back to his seat. Pedro, what's your love life like?
I got a girlfriend and I don't acknowledge as much as I should.
Wait, what?
I have a girlfriend I don't acknowledge as much as I should.
Why don't you acknowledge your girlfriend?
Because she's not here.
Where is she?
That's a good question.
What does that mean?
I think she's with me.
What? This is think she's what?
It's just in the way. No, I'm more than sure she's with me. Pretty sure. Turkey with a chance we moved to the...
Okay. What do you mean you're pretty sure she's with her family? What does this mean? Be more clear.
It means that I don't like to keep tracks on her, but I know in good faith that she's with her.
When's the last time you spoke with her?
Like about an hour before I got in here.
Oh, okay. So she's with her family.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You're paranoid. I don't know where she is right now. She's no longer with us. She's with her family.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a really interesting energy. Like,
Thank you.
like when you walked out, you seemed like really comfortable and adorable and sweet, and now you seem very like nervous, and you're trying. Like, I feel like because you're new, you're like trying to figure out like who you are, but you're not being yourself. So it's really hard to like get a read on you. And it seems like you're really charming and sweet, and you don't have to be like a mysterious bad boy with a girlfriend.
Yeah, it's like a helicopter.
He's having flashbacks to the war.
Oh God.
Actually, there was a shooting that was there, and they thought it was me, but no, that was me.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Why did they think it was you?
Dude, look at me, I'm white.
You're not white.
Oh, everybody looks at me and they're like, hey, that's the white boy.
No, they don't.
Well, you obviously don't know you don't live where I live.
Nobody does that. Your name is Pedro, and you look like a Pedro. Oh, look at that!
That is the whitest dance I've ever seen.
What's his ringtone? Joe Lyra, you're our senior East Los Angeles correspondent. What do you think about this guy? What race would you call him?
Well, this guy's my cousin, eh?
Oh, shit. Oh, damn. God, I thought that was fucking digits for a second over there. You got so big.
He's only the white guy at the Million Man March.
Yeah, we were featured on Fools Gone Wild. Did you see that?
Oh, what?
We were featured in a clip of. Did you guys see that? Yeah, Los Digits was on a viral, a massive Mexican. It's basically like World Star, but for Latinos. On the episode where I asked him, "What's your first pickup line when you meet a girl?" and he goes, "What's up, fool?" That's the whole clip, and it just keeps going over and over. It's really funny. It's great. All right. How long you been with this girl?
For about 3 years.
Is she Latino as well?
Yeah, no.
Is she?
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten her pregnant?
How many times? 20.
Have you ever gotten her pregnant? Pedro, this is an interview. Interviews are supposed to be compelling.
How about we talk about the military? This is more interesting than...
Is your girlfriend the one who inspired your joke about getting in fights?
No.
What was that joke? I was confused.
So, I thought the joke funny because I was trying to make a longer joke and it did not work out. I didn't have enough time in order to get to that joke. So, at the end, there was a good punchline and...
Pedro, I like your style, dude. Just keep writing, keep trying, don't give up. There's something in there. There's something deep in there. But I'm always good at One good talent that I have is I can spot somebody before they even do anything decent of what their potential is. I have a good barometer for potential, and I see you being a teapot full of potential.
Thank you so much.
There he goes, Pedro Mijo, ladies and gentlemen. The king of potential. Fuck yeah. One of the comedians with the most potential we've ever seen. All potential, that guy. Pedro Mijo.
Shitty cookies.
Shitty cookies, shitty at his factory. He was bad at the military. He's a bad boyfriend, but a lot of potential as a comedian. We have another regular, ladies and gentlemen, roast god, joke writing guru, one of my favorite human beings, ladies and gentlemen. It's David Lucas. Here he is. Let's do this shit. Here he is, the great David Lucas.
Yeah. The WNBA is back, and these hoes are complaining about their pay. Everybody knows the WNBA sucks. I think they should be paid by the hour. And if they get over 20 points, then you can get a bonus, bitch. But you're not getting what LeBron gets. Nobody wants to pay thousands of dollars to sit courtside and see a game full of layups. Until you hoes are throwing alley-oops and breaking backboards. Sorry, man. Oh, shit. No, bro. Tony has to talk to William like he's a king. Alright, man. Fuck it. That's another joke, bro.
David Lucas.
Fucking laugh
That was
the rest
great.
of the play.
The WNBA is perhaps the most unwatchable sport ever. Oh yeah, you don't watch.
I don't mind it. Like, I think baseball is way worse to watch.
Have you ever watched the WNBA game?
Oh, that's right. That's the NBA.
No, we're talking about the WNBA.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What do you talk to me?
I mean, it's just unbelievable. And by the way, it works. The way I talk to William works. I gave him the old shaky finger immediately. It works immediately. I get direct results. I've known William for a while now. I've communicated with him many different ways. I used to communicate like an adult, like a human, like someone that respects somebody. And now I'm stuck communicating the way that works. A lot of hand signals, a lot of this, a lot of that. Very good. Good job, William.
Tony, we'll be communicating by Ouija board.
Hey, Tony, did Allie tell you that she aborted our baby?
Oh, is this true?
Yeah.
Oh my
Fucking
goodness.
Allie.
Wow. I'm surprised,
You
David.
ain't told nobody?
That's why my nickname is Back Alley.
Ooh, I like that back out.
We were trying to have a mixed baby in hopes that they would be like the greatest comedian ever.
Oh my goodness
And
gracious.
she got scared 7 weeks in.
Wow, she must have let Donnell get her pregnant instead. She wanted.
You cheated on me?
You know, I don't like to be exclusive.
Yeah, that's why she went out of town, because she was sad and shit.
Wow.
The quarantine.
We would have the ugliest baby.
I'm handsome. Well, you're handsome too.
That's so cool that the last comedian let you use his military sleeping bag as a t-shirt tonight.
Didn't you wear that shirt last week?
Or a couple of weeks ago. Same
It
outfit.
was actually a couple months ago.
A couple months ago,
Yeah.
I wore the same outfit.
He's from the hood, Fort Hood.
Yeah. Tony's dressed like a gay marathon runner.
That's what I am. I'm actually, I come out as both a marathon runner and gay in this past week.
You know, from the sprint to the dick.
That's right. I sprint to the dick, and when I hear the gunshot, I go, oh my god, no!
What do you think of the baton?
Right. When Tony heard a gunshot, he called the police.
That's right. I do. Even if I'm the one shooting it, I'll call the police on myself. Excuse me, there's a gay man with a gun. Sir, is it you?
Right.
Anyway, David, you talked about WNBA. Women playing. Allie, what are your thoughts on the WNBA? You're very pro-women. You are considered by many to be a feminist. You're very much, some people say, the next Amy Schumer.
Better. What? Better. That's my baby.
I know, I'm kidding, David. That's a joke.
Yeah, I don't watch it. No.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
And I also think that they don't deserve equal pay because they're not getting the same amount of views.
You are exactly
That's just
correct.
It's not because of like a man-women thing. I think if more people appreciated WNBA, then I'd be all for it. But people aren't into it, from what I'm aware
You
of.
are absolutely right. The ratings make it so that it is an absolute laughable joke. The only reason that they don't get rid of it, in fact, because it is truly unwatchable, the only reason they don't, companies lose money just to have the image of being involved with women, but nobody's watching.
Yeah. I think it's good though, at least it's there, whether they're losing money or not. Maybe there's some young lesbians out there not sure who to look up to. Ellen's out of the picture for them. Now
That
they
is
have
true.
They can look up to Tony still.
Oh, Joel Byron, how dare you? Hold on, keep Angel playing for a second. So I like this segment that we're into right now. Because now I'm going to switch over. I'm going to go to Skeleton on this one. Skeleton, another lovely lady of Kill Tony fame, what do you think about the WNBA? You're very pro-women usually. Let's see what happens here.
if they want to play ball, let them play ball.
Wow.
I think they should do it in skirts though, right?
No bones about it. Skeleton is, yes, that's how they do it.
They like to do that shit naked.
They hit it with a trumpet.
Yeah, but Tony,
Yes.
the more to add to that joke was you don't even see women that stand up for women sitting courtside. You don't see Beyonce or Oprah at no damn film.
Hell no, absolutely not. There's nobody courtside.
Bro, I sat courtside at an LA Sparks game for $125.
Yeah.
That's
Wow.
crazy.
Why would you do that?
Took my daughter to some shit.
Jesus
Bro,
Christ.
couldn't get
It was a positive experience with your daughter.
The only courtside seats David has ever had was at the ball in the food court.
Wow, long
Hey man,
way to get there.
shut your bisexual Mozart looking ass up.
Oh, shut your hammerflowers ass up.
You look like Beethoven's lover.
He said camouflage.
That motherfucker wrote a waltz.
Will you roast me?
And you just bought some bolts.
Oh shit, Allie's asking for roasting right now.
Allie looked like the type of bitch that commit suicide after she get fucked.
Wow.
That joke died.
You look like you cut yourself when you can't find your hair ties.
The only thing she squirts is blood when she's slitting her face. Ooh, there was those.
Okay, alright, over there, Vincent Shadow. Just really saying everything that comes to his head right now.
That was
You have
quality.
anything else for this?
That was quality. Rewind the tape, channel 9.
Anything else for the alley roast?
Joe Bird looks like the homosexual Mona Lisa.
Oh, you know what?
I'm a woman.
Fuck out of here, man.
You want to see my tits?
You stand up when you pee, motherfucker.
Mona-Lisa. Well, William
And
has
David
three
Lucas
ways.
sits down with me.
Okay, Vincent Shadow, thank you. William, did you have your hand up for a second? You did? Yeah, okay.
Give him another mic. He's not speaking into my mic, and I use it again. Say,
Sick as a motherfucker. I had met around a bunch of blacks in Georgia.
all right, man, get your ass up.
These are the hosts of
Man, get your Confederate flag down.
these are the hosts of Brothers in Cursive.
Generally, this generally right now.
Hey, Allie, I loved you in Spider-Man 2.
Jesus, William is out of control.
Hell yeah, bro. That
Stick in my mouth. Oh my goodness.
Tony, you should spank him on stage if he acts shouting.
You know what,
Nobody
William?
like it. Tony don't like it too much.
COVID.
Goodness gracious, Vincent, you are wild right now. What's going on over there? You've been licking bleach pads? Okay, there goes David Lucas, everybody. There he is, David Lucas. We love you, David. Great stuff. We're flying through them tonight. We're getting through them. We are flying through.
Look, they're wrestling.
Tickle off.
Run away.
There they are. They are wrestling right now. Whoa, they are having a physical fight. Oh my goodness. Wow. The only thing David is slamming is a grand slam at Benny's. Guys, We are out of bucket pulls on this short bucket night, which means only one thing, everybody. We have one more regular, everybody. I mean, ladies and gentlemen. Some people call him the warlock of Keltoni. Some people have said the goat of the moat. Some people have said the best of the dressed. The chairman of the board. The feels on wheels. The rolling thunder is his Indian name. We know him as Michael Laird. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Michael Laird couldn't be here this week. I'm most alone. I'm postponed, but I talk mostly, I sing mostly about cologne. Before you see me, you smell me. Alright, so I love cologne, especially if you live in one of those cities that has shit in the water. Am I right? I mean, I bet Jeffrey Epstein wore cologne. Smells like Teen Spirit. Remember from the 70s, they had that cologne, high karate. When I went out of business, they were like, buy karate. And one more about hey, if the scientists formulating maybe worked on a corona vaccine, then Calvin Trump would
If we need a Kelowna vaccine, Calvin Klein would
have that bitch in 2 weeks.
Oh, God.
I always smell like a Macy's. Look at my face and trace me. I look like Salmon Spacey. You can smell me from Space Team.
Wow, most cologne.
Most cologne.
Oh, most cologne.
I wear the most cologne.
I thought I smelled something. That's you.
A Chicago and Tobago Rabbi. Don't need clothes when you got cologne on.
Wow.
Yeah.
My goodness, this is very impressive. How many songs about cologne do you have? You like that setup, do you? Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay.
Drinking cologne until I'm done.
Red Man actually sprayed you with cologne.
Yeah.
It's
his mating ritual. You know how guys who get fucked by horses, they gotta spray their buttholes with that horse cologne?
Oh, I know.
Sally lit up, she knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Allie and I both know about taking a horse cock once in a while.
Brian, what?
I'm sorry, I sprayed too much.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He had a drink tonight. That's all it takes for Red Man to start throwing ice and spraying people with cold. He's wasted.
I don't drink as much anymore.
I spend my money on cologne, can't afford food. I'm always hungry, but at least I look good.
Oh, you rhymed food with good on that one. That's incredible.
Yes, I'm most cologne.
do you think about most cologne?
That's Bengali.
Go ahead, Skeleton. What do you think about most? Okay, what do you think about most cologne, Skeleton?
I can't smell, so I don't really get it.
That's right. Skeleton lost her sense of smell.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have lungs.
I've lost a lot of streaming since growing up. Because most of my... Hey, isn't in my shop?
Most cologne, you're in the rap game. You probably had sex with many women a night. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question here. Have you ever by any chance had any STDs?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh,
Yeah.
what have you had?
The 7 to 21 day ones.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Gonorrhea. No, I never had nothing. What I said last week was I go into the doctor, right?
Yeah.
There was some confusion. I go, look at this.
That was months ago, by the way. We talked about this. It wasn't last week, but yeah.
Dude, I have frontal lobe disorder. The only reason I'm on this show is because I'm disabled.
That's not true.
Oh.
It's because you're very able. Not disabled. You're dad able.
Well, I abandoned my son, so I'm definitely not that.
Oh, that is that one left a little stink in the room, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, from Fahrenheit to Baco Rabbi to Carnival to Cool Water.
Do you have any Dracula Noir?
Dracula Noir.
Wow.
Lifetime.
He's a freestyle rapper too. You can do anything. Do you have any raps about homemade cologne?
Oh yeah.
I'd love to hear it.
All right.
Are you thinking of it right now? Well, we have some questions back and forth.
I'm gonna kick your ass for even asking that.
No, I'm just kidding.
Homemade cologne. Come to my home and make some.
I love the act on it though. It's a fast.
Yeah, I'm a wish. Come fish and sniff this. Oh, you trick ass bitch. While you get the spritz in your eyes. No, you can't lie now. Oh, you about to die from cologne poisoning. Cause there's alcohol in it. And I spray that cologne and get all around as I spin it.
This is one of the smartest and dumbest segments in the history of Kill Tony, without a doubt. It's absolute most cologne, a brilliant character. This is
Before you see me, you can smell me.
Does the album come with any like scratchy samples or anything like that? Like a magazine where you open it up and smell?
Yeah, it's like smell me in the elevator when I'm not there. Run in, I don't care.
I cannot describe in any words how much I love you.
Yeah, well, can you describe it with penis in the
What? What did you just say to me?
a penis in the butt?
What about a penis in the butt?
Can you describe how much you love me by putting your penis in my butt?
Jesus, most cologne. My goodness, now I see what types of smells you're covering up over there exactly. A lot of
I'm
butt sex.
spraying on you. I'm dabbing on you.
What does your face tattoo say? I see some face tattoos.
Yeah, it says Shauna right here. She's the godmother improvisation. Comedic improvisation.
Chicago's second city of royalty, right?
No, I'm probably living in China, and then it says sleepy.
Wait, what?
Sleeping.
William, no, you're not allowed to interrupt my.
No, you can come over here.
No.
Sleepy dreamer.
No. The answer is no.
No. It gets awkward if you come near me.
Yes. There you go.
You've seen my online present on my monster. If William came over now, I would fucking kill him.
Yes, absolutely, I agree. Ali Makovsky with a question.
You sent me a DM a while ago that confused me, and I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Yeah.
Did he ask you for one of your wigs?
No. He
This has
said...
happened before. You might end up in a Rambo monologue.
I remember it, Ali.
Yeah, you said that you don't like my ex, David. I don't believe I have an ex.
Yeah, I got mixed up with our mutual friends. But there's a David. Well, you know Dan Finnegan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're homeboys, so she does, you do backyard shows or used to, obviously. The friend of theirs, David, I thought he used to date you, and he's a bitch. I want to fucking kill that guy.
Why do you hate this guy so much?
Well, you know how I'm disabled and every day.
I never noticed.
Yeah, your mom does.
Go ahead.
Well, I came home from a comedy show, and it was one of my friends in LA, and I was so excited, and I'm back. And he was like, I describe them as fake hipster bitches.
Those are the guys that Ali absolutely falls head over heels for.
Does your dick still work?
Michael Blair, I absolutely love you. I love Most Cologne. I love all of your characters. The Dice Man. What is that? Andrew Dice Man.
People in my see how they run. Who would have thought I'd be jealous of myself?
I love you so much, Michael Lair. You did it again this week. Most Cologne, an instant classic in Kill Tony history. Wait. Hold off on that music because speaking of Ali falling head over heels, no, let's not do it. You don't want to do a skateboard trick. Let's have Michael Lair do the skateboard trick instead. No, that was tonight's episode. You can hit the music. Ali Makovsky's on social media on all platforms. Michael Lair is Michael Lair Comedy. Check him out. Watch all of his stuff. He's an absolute genius. He's the best. We love Michael Lair so much. MichaelLairComedy.com. He's got a bunch of amazing merch. Anything else, Michael? Okay, there you go. Absolutely. Let's see that drawing from Ryan J. Ebel tonight. There it is. Whoa, very coolish drawing. My goodness. Frightening. Channel 9. Beautiful drawing. Everything's available at RyanJebelt.com. The great Ali Makovsky was here.
Thank you.
Legend. The record holder for the longest tenured regular in Kill Tony history. So much great stuff going on. You are at Ali, not Ali on everything social media wise, is that correct?
Yeah, I deleted my Twitter, but I'm on Instagram at Not Ali Mac, and I have a podcast called Resting Bitch.
Why do you delete your Twitter? Because Twitter sucks.
Yeah, Twitter sucks.
You'll be off it in like a year. I'd like it for promotion. I like it for promotion.
I'll come back at some point.
Only garbage people follow it though. You just end up with garbage fans. Promote too much on Twitter. Speaking of promoting too much, it's Jeremiah Watkins, everybody! The host of Jeremiah Wonders. There's his Venmo for those of you that feel like giving away free money. Ooh.
Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. I'll be headlining in North Carolina this weekend. Come see me. Lexington, Kentucky the following weekend.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. It's okay. It's okay. No need for the spotlight. Keep going, Jeremiah. Keep going, Jeremiah.
And then I'll be in Acme, Minnesota at the end of the month. And there's a new Jeremiah Wonders with Donald Trump. Look out for it.
There you go. Jet Ski Johnson, everybody. Very professional, everyone. Very good. Keep it moving, Jet Ski.
Thank you so much.
Social media is Jet Ski Johnson.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Grandma Chris was here tonight, everybody. Grandma, what do you think about tonight's episode?
Oh, it was to die for, Tony.
Awesome. Joelberg Joel Jimenez was Joelvira the whole time. I just figured that out right now.
Mostly sorry on everything. Mostly sorry podcast on everything. And if you think I'm a hot bitch, send me money on Venmo. Joel-Jimenez. Fuck it.
I absolutely love it. That's right, and Venmo for Jet Ski Johnson is at Jet Ski Johnson. For those of you that actually read signs,
Well, that's something I would love to.
That's a Venmo Jet Ski Johnson, all one word, JETSKIJOHNSON. She picks her spots on the show, hits grand slams, really picks her moments. Venmo Jet Ski Johnson. That's the first time we've plugged that in the history of the show.
You can also follow at Chroma Chris on Venmo as well.
Oh, wow. Chroma Chris. There you go. Give it away.
Joelberg, you got it.
Joelberg, what's your Venmo?
Joel-Jimenez.
Wow, that's
Cha-ching.
why not give money to some people that don't always beg for it, you know?
I'm also
Or maybe it's a good
Venmo.
idea. Trend setting. Ooh.
Go ahead, Allie. What's your Venmo?
Allie Makovsky.
Michael Lair, what's yours? Because, you probably have a lot of bills and stuff.
Yeah.
I just hit a big section.
What's your Venmo?
Comedy 69.
No, it's Comedy 69. You got that? That's your Venmo?
Well,
Because
double check with
you're
them
going to
on
give
the
money to some stranger.
No,
Is that
it's
right?
Cash out my Venmo, everything.
Okay. There's no way you're Comedy 69 on Venmo.
Well, just double check with them on Twitter before you send anything.
If you don't know the answer, you can just say, I don't know.
Wait, are you gonna apologize to me when you find out you're wrong?
I will.
You will?
Yeah.
You will?
Yeah.
You will?
I will. Well,
You will?
I will.
You will?
I will.
It's gonna happen. He is actually Comedy 69 on Venmo.
Wow. You know what? I'm sorry, Michael Lair.
You won't be the first time.
You know what? I'm going to give some money to you.
You know, I'm going to give some money to you also.
No, I just suck real big. I don't want any money, spread the wealth.
Michael Lair makes and sells incredible merch, so he really doesn't need to send money. You might as well just go buy some awesome Michael Lair stuff at Michael Comedy.
No doubt, no doubt.
All right, we love everybody. Everybody's great. Shout out to Charlie from Vito's Pizza, Gino from Speedweed, Ryan J. Evelt. Amazing show. Thanks again to our sponsors. And
Thank you to the Comedy Store, guys. We love you.
Yeah,
at the Comedy
it's
Store.
incredible. It's all happening here at the Comedy Store. Check out the live shows on the patio, streaming live if you're ever in town. Grab some Vito's Pizza on your way. Have a great night, everyone.
Mushrooms for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hitchland.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Brian Redband, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good to be here. Another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip from the world famous comedy store. Spore. Like a mushroom. Speaking of mushrooms, the house artists here, the great Ryan J. Ebelt, ladies and gentlemen. He is an amazing artist. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. Everything's available at RyanJEbelt.com. Every episode, every tour poster.
He draws them all on mushrooms.
Yep. He draws them on mushrooms. He draws them off mushrooms. He draws them. He's known for doing every drug. He's the only person we know that's done every drug. He has the corona vaccine. Everything. Incredible. All those are available at RyanJEbelt.com or at the Comedy Store. Before we get tonight's episode moving to an unstoppable force, let's check in with our amazing, lovely sponsors. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet, and when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through their secure servers so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time, I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button, and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired, and visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/KillTony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. ExpressVPN.com/KillTony. That's ExpressVPN.com/KillTony. ExpressVPN.com/KillTony to learn more. You gotta get up to get down. I'm talking about erectile dysfunction, and it isn't always easy to talk about erectile dysfunction. Usually we just brush it off or blame ourselves, saying like, I think I lost my mojo, or we avoid it altogether with excuses like I had a long day at work, or sorry honey, I'm just not feeling it, or I think I'm into men. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about. With a real doctor who can prescribe real medication, it's simple, safe, and totally discreet.
Yeah, with Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED. All the comfort and privacy of your own home. The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment plan. If medication is appropriate, Roman will ship it to you with free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and simple and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to getroman.com/Tony and complete an online visit.
Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to tackle, but now there's Roman. Complete an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to roman.com/Tony today. If approved, you'll get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. Wow, $15 off. Get a boner. That's getroman.com/Tony. Getroman.com/Tony. And we're back. Incredible. We love our sponsors, so make sure you go out and support them. Buy their stuff. Be part of their business. Sign up.
You know something I'm working on right now, that every single sponsor that we have, you'll be able to go to DeathSquad.tv and see them all. So if you're thinking like, man, I know that they're a sponsor of ZipRecruiter, you can go there and see them all in one long list of pretty sponsors.
There you go. If you ever want to look at a list of our sponsors, go on over to DeathSquad.tv. Man, the traffic's going to hit a real crescendo over there. Hopefully your bandwidth is.
No, I mean sometimes you're about to buy something, might as well get a coupon code and save some money.
There you go. Save some money, save some time. Go to DeathSquad.tv and check out a list of our sponsors. Let's get tonight's show started. We have a guest tonight. We are back in the guest range of Kill Tony. This young man, one of my favorite comedians on the planet. I actually started with this guy over 13 years ago. We've been through it all together. He is the creator and the host of the hit show on Comedy Central, Goddamn Comedy Jam. I perform on the Goddamn Comedy Jam. All your favorite comedians do at Skankfest and all the big festivals. He's also the incredible host of the new Spotify show, The 500 with Josh Adam Myers. It's our guest for this show, the great Josh Adam Myers, everybody. Hey! Yeah! What's up, buddy? This guy is a brother to me.
Brother in arms.
Love your Spotify show, The
Thank
500, where you go over the 500 greatest albums of all time, according to the Rolling Stone magazine.
Yes. The list is not like final in the sense of that these are the greatest records ever, but that's the one that I chose.
I love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to doing it one day when I get to a Pink Floyd album.
Is there an album that's on that list that you're like, I can't believe this is on the list, I don't even want to talk about this album? You know what's funny is every single time there's an album that's on the list that I'm like, I'm not going to like this. I fucking love it.
Yeah, that happens.
I just did Sinead O'Connor.
Oh, she's great.
And it was fantastic, but it was like, you're like, I'm only going to know one song. That's the only one I really like. You put it on, you're like, this is more revolutionary than any Rage Against the Machine album.
That version, her version of Nothing Compares to You, does something to me to where, like, I don't even have anybody that I picture. Like, after high school, it was that ex-girlfriend, you know what I mean? That first relationship that didn't go the way you wanted it to. I picture her then. But now I don't even have anybody to picture, and it still takes me to just the fucking... I could cry every time listening to that.
Do you know something funny about the song? Prince wrote it. Yeah. People think he wrote it about his favorite housekeeper. And so all the things in the song are the things that she did, like water flowers and so yeah, it's like everybody thinks it's a song about like love and it's written about a woman, but it is written about a woman, but it sounds cute.
It was really his house.
Yeah, that's at least the fact that my writer brought up. I do the research, but like I have a main writer that just gets everything about every song.
And it's been 7 hours and 15 days.
Yeah. The song is biologically correct.
Wow.
Anatomically correct. And that's interesting. You have a podcast that the more you listen to it, the better it gets. You're going down a list to the number one. Yeah. Maybe you start off with Milli Vanilli or something, probably. I wish Milli Vanilli was on this. That would fucking slap. It was because we had a friend, our friend Angelo, and Angelo knew everything about music, and he always made fun of me because I didn't know certain albums. He'd be like, how do you not know that album or that band? And I'm like, well, I know the band, I just don't know the album. I know certain songs. And so I just got bored one day. Like, we're all listening to the same music, and if you just go in there with like, all right, I don't care if this is the style of music that I like I'm just gonna open listen to it, and if you give it the time, like the album fucking connects every single one. I'm like, there are moments where I'm like, I hate it, and then I'm like, no, it's the greatest album I've ever heard in my life.
Well, we have a band on this show. I don't know if you know this or not, but if your podcast had to do with the top 5 million albums of all time, the lead singer of our band would probably be your first episode. Just work. All right. With no further ado, every single episode, the band commits to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out together what they are on this evening's episode of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Stolberg, Joel Menes, Jetski, Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I know this song. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is... Oh, my goodness, yes. 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 They are back. My my favorite comedy sitcom of all time, what I argue continuously as the funniest show of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Golden Girls. You didn't know it till I said it.
No, I thought this was Brock.
This is it. This is the real deal. That's B. Arthur right there.
It's so good.
Blanche. Wait, you're not Blanche.
It's Blanche.
Wow, that was your favorite comedy show of all time. You don't even know her name.
Scary.
Dorothy. Rose.
Scary Blanche.
And Grandma.
Sophia Petrillo.
Dude, how do I not know everybody on that show when I watch it all the time?
I know, it's so fucking awesome. Jokes. How you doing tonight?
I don't know. How are you?
I'm good. We're good. We're excited to be here. You are too. How are things in Florida right now with the COVID and everything? You guys are okay?
Worried about Mother as always.
Well, how you been, Mother?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I took a look at myself in the mirror backstage. I look like when E.T. dressed up in the women's clothes.
I was gonna say again. That's exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. You're the only person that when you put on that outfit, you look more like E.T. than anything else. It's very bizarre.
Thank you.
You look like you should be riding an e-bike to the moon.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. And less meddling that way.
And that's Wes Craven presents Blanche back there. The whore! Woo!
Why, hello, fellas. I'm on the hunt for a cougar. I mean, I am a cougar on the hunt, and I am with you. Wow.
I mean, you know, it's pretty lazy-ass Rue McClanahan. You could have fucking gone with a southern accent just to spice it up a little bit. Well, yeah. There it is. Oh, that just made my dick hard.
What I was trying to say is, I'm a cougar, and I would settle for Tony the Tiger.
Show us the nipple more.
Oh, no. Red Band.
What did he say?
Nothing. He didn't say anything. And then the loveliest of them all, the great Rose is here. How are you, Rose?
Oh, I'm good. They told me I'd go and kill Tony, but I'll be honest, I've never killed anything before.
Oh, not even when you were in St. Olaf?
Oh, that reminds me of a story of St. Olaf. They wanted us to kill their rabbits for a stew on Christmas, and I just couldn't do it. I ended up keeping one under my bed for about a year. It was so cute, this rabbit. Oh, I named him Benny. He was so soft. All the kids wanted to play with him.
Enough with the stories. Get on with it.
That's the Dorothy I know. Always cutting off Rose.
It's a true story.
Canned audience laughter right there for sure on that one.
Yeah, dude. Make it big.
I'm excited about this, guys. We have a bucket. There's people out there spread 20 feet apart in this room. A lot of spread going on out there. And so let's just jump right into it. But let's get things kick-started with the bang, shall we? Oh, look at that. The one person that's not in the room. Fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Wow, 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, that's mind-boggling. Let's start off with the bucket, shall we? That sounds exciting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian. Oh, here he is. All right, everybody. He's a regular on the show for right now. Right now, he's a regular. Technically, he's still a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. It's the Big Red Machine, William Lights Out Montgomery. Here he is. Oh, okay. There he is.
Hope everybody's doing well. It's gotten to the point where I only read the obituaries to see if they featured anyone I've killed. People ask me if there's anything I regret doing during this COVID quarantine. The only thing that comes to mind is that I really wish I hadn't eaten that bat. Who knew the Masked Singer would be ahead of its time? I noticed in the elevator the other day that it had a sign that it only goes up. I asked the lady at the front desk how you get down, and she said 311. That's all I've got right now.
There you go. Took you a few seconds.
Yeah.
To a party and invited everyone you knew.
You would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the heart that dance would say, thank you for being a friend. Well, you're my
What a performance to get things started by William Montgomery, everybody. All jokes, all the way through, 50 seconds of thunder
So
and
nice
lightning.
to be here. That's probably your best set ever.
That really probably was your best set ever.
Josh, did you like that 311 joke? I knew you were a big 311 fan. Big Willie style. I loved everything except for the 311 joke.
What do you mean? That was my best joke.
Band in the history of bands. White people should not do reggae.
I'm telling you, you're wrong about this, John.
Because you're friends with them.
Well,
I'm the bass player.
It's not a chicken or the egg thing, though. I was a fan of them before I was friends with them.
It's 8:16 a.m. Would you wake up to me?
What song is that?
That's not that song. That's not that song.
That's not the 311.
It was a great joke. I had friends in high school that loved that band. You'll appreciate this.
Have you ever seen them live? No. See, that's how I know.
I've seen them live. No, but I just don't like white people doing reggae.
First of all, it's not a white guy. His name's S.A. Martinez. That is the brewery. Facial profiling. He's Latino. The white guy doesn't do the reggae.
Yeah, original or else you will get shot. That's not a 311 song. Speaking of, what are you talking about? That's not a fucking 311 song. Trust me, even though I dislike them, I know a lot of their music.
Jesus.
What are you doing? Why are y'all dressed up like that?
William. You gotta chill out a little bit.
I looked over there. Why are y'all dressed up like that?
William. Okay, there you go. Dorothy, you seemed really mad at one point during the 311 talks. Why is that?
I had a punchline 9 years ago, but this one wouldn't use his peripherals.
There it is. There's the Golden Girls sound effect.
Golden Girls.
Okay.
You bitch. God, you could never make me come original, Josh Adam.
When things get back to normal, Josh, I'm going to take you to your first 311 live concert, and I'm going to watch you become a fan.
And I would go to a 311 concert if it's with you.
Yeah.
Because we'd have fun. Can
I
come with shit?
Okay.
Well, you're not connecting right now, man.
Ow, it's the first show. How's this happening already?
I'm sorry.
We're on a podcast.
I'm confused.
Ow. This is like your 700th time on this fucking show.
I'm confused right now.
Ow.
Because I've been sick as shit.
Okay. We heard that months ago.
I'm sick as shit right now.
Well, we just heard that. You just said that.
I am really sick right now.
Yeah, what are your symptoms?
Coughing, sneezing, eating a bunch of Reese's peanut butter cups.
David Deary, did you check his temperature? What did it come in at? 97.
No, you didn't, David. Another symptom, looking like a coal miner who shops at Old Navy. Who's that directed at? Yeah, that was Who's that directed at? You, my nephew. Hello. Who's that directed at? Come on, is my penis showing?
Yes. William.
Whoa! Is my thing showing?
Oh my God.
Why is your underwear all swinging wiggly? Like, why is it all kitten caboodle like that? What the fuck, dude? Y'all see my pubes right now? No, your fupa covers them, thank God.
What is going on?
Come on, what do you mean? I've been working out, Josh.
What have you been working out? Your boxers? It's the only thing that's big on you.
Working out my boxers?
Yeah.
Only thing that's big on me?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
You're so weird.
I don't get it. Why are you dressed like you're going to Bonnaroo? Like, what does that mean? What's Bonnaroo? You know, your underwear is all disheveled. You're in cargos.
You look like the garbage man at Bonnaroo.
Garbage man at Bonnaroo. What's up? My name is Alex Rodriguez.
Oh, it is that your name?
Yeah, I'm garbage man at Bonnaroo.
Then you know what? That's what I'll bring you up. If that's your name, then that's what I'll bring you up as.
Will you please?
Arturo Rodriguez.
Really? Arturo Rodriguez?
Arturo Rodrigo.
Arturio.
Arturio. Yeah.
What's happened?
William, let's talk about your personal life. Let's talk about it long, hard, and deep here. What's been going on? You've been wildfire lately.
I've been eating a bunch of Prado Pups.
Prado Pups?
Yeah, it's a, what is that thing called? It's a hot dog on a stick with bread around it.
Corn dough.
Yeah, it's a corn dog.
A corn dough.
Dude, I've been eating a bunch of Prado Pups recently. Literally, I have,
Are those like tiny corn dogs?
no, they're a feet, it's a feet long. It's a foot long.
How many feet?
It's 2 feet long, Prado Pup.
Christ, dude.
I've been eating it. Maybe that's why my belly looks like that.
Oh my god. That's not a corn dog, that's a corn horse. Am I right, people? Sometimes I like to pretend like we still have sold out shows.
Yeah, that would have gotten a big wave right there. He would have been like,
That would have gone, yeah, corn horse.
why is your underwear like that? Can we get to the bottom of that?
Yeah.
What do you mean, the
Can we
design?
get to the bottoms of that?
What do you mean, the design? No, it's like out and in.
Josh, he's had his zipper's been broken on his shorts.
My zipper's been broken out.
And he wears those shorts every single day.
Okay, makes sense. I get it.
Yeah, I have pants like that. They're comfy, right?
They're super comfy. Yeah. Had them like 6 years now. David, what are you doing moving around
No,
like that?
you don't ask questions. Okay, well, you're a guest on this show, not the host.
I'm sorry.
You know that, right?
I just hate David Deary. So,
Oh my goodness.
that's why I brought it up. He's a real bitch.
Whoa,
Put those gloves on
William.
your hands, you fag.
Whoa, William, relax.
Looks like he's about to go in my butthole, you faggot.
William, is there any truth to you throwing parties lately and the FBI threatening to cut off your water and power?
Yeah, I was with Jake Paul 2 weeks ago.
Yeah? What'd you guys do?
We were having sex with guys.
Yeah?
David Deary was there
What's your favorite part?
with his rubber gloves on, helping inserting my penis into a guy's butthole. This guy's
That's what David does. David guides the penises into the butthole.
He helped guide my penis into this guy named Dillard's butthole.
Dillard?
Yeah, a guy Dillard. I think he's from South Carolina.
Dillard?
Yes, Dillard.
Like the department store.
Yeah, like the department store.
Wow.
Was Mervin's there as well?
Yeah, Mervin's was there as well. Y'all are really good at this one.
Was Ross there?
Ross was
How
there.
about J.C. Penney?
J.C. Penney's was
Cole?
there.
Was Cole there?
Mr. Cole was not.
Circuit City?
Circuit City.
Oh,
That's that.
Red
What do you
Band.
mean Circuit City?
That's a guy.
How's that someone's name?
Has anybody ever told you you look like the Kraft macaroni and cheese dinosaur? Yummy.
Wow, that's an interesting reference.
I love Kraft macaroni and cheese. How'd you think of that one?
Well, that guy over there, that Dorothy knows all the poor people's food.
How'd you think of that
It's
one?
true, I'm a poor bitch. Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Whoa. A lot of cereal lately, I've noticed. That seems to be the new everyday thing.
A lot of cereal.
I don't know what's going on over there. Did somebody tell you that you eating cereal at a low camera angle is a great thing?
Let's just say a lot of likes. You ate a breakfast burrito and an hour later you had a bowl of cinnamon toast. I like breakfast. I'm that kind of bitch. What can you say?
I love it.
French toast crunch. Ordered especially off the internet. Love it.
Keep doing it. I think it's hilarious. I'm your biggest fan. Keep eating cereal. Keep doing it.
Well, what the fuck do you know? You're eating 2 foot long corn
What do you
dogs.
mean I'm eating 2 foot long hot dogs, corn dogs?
Corn dogs.
What do you mean?
Corn dough.
It's pronounced dog.
Dogs. What do you mean?
Corn dogs.
I've been eating corn dogs.
See? It's much better that way.
I've been eating corn dogs.
What is your diet for real? Are you for real like a underdog guy?
Uncut. Watermelon.
Let's check in with Dorothy real quick.
What could you say the corn dogs with while you're driving your favorite car, which is a Ford Taurus? You know, there's a Hyundai Elantra that's trying to set you up for it.
Hey, what's up, y'all? We are going 50 miles an hour in this thing. I mean, the corn dog. A what?
According to
Doug? Is that? Y'all are really messing me up.
Can I just
Man,
say-
why are you looking at me that way?
I would just like to say that went even better than I expected.
That's right.
Was it really?
Hey, David, would you help me guide my penis into his bottom?
All right, William, I love today's set. Like we actually said, and we're not kidding, that might be one of your best sets ever. Coronavirus joke, the Masked Singer joke, all topical, all well written, very, very smart, very,
When
very.
am I going to get on Comedy Central? When are you going to get me, Josh Adams Wire, on your show?
What's going on? You
I sent you letters. Huh?
You won't even show
I won't even show up.
2 weeks in a row, you weren't even in the room when we called you.
2 months ago.
The real move would be the 500. If you can get famous before he hits number 1, you could probably.
You have 7.5 years, dude.
Is that about how long? No.
May 31st, 2028.
Wow.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, so it's gonna take a
That's
while.
where the end of the world is.
What is that? Episode 500 of Kill Tony is going to be, I believe, in April 2021.
Do y'all think I'll still be here for that?
Nope. Okay. There he goes. The great, the powerful
Yes.
William Montgomery. Debut through a party
Hey.
and invited everyone you knew. That's right. You would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, "Thank you for being a friend." There you go.
Might be the best TV theme song of all time.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, that's top 30.
It's on my Spotify
Three's
playlist
Company.
that I'm trusting deeply about. People love it when it comes in out of nowhere. You'd be surprised.
I don't know if you guys play Three's Company.
Wow, yeah, play some of the songs from the 60s.
Good 70s.
All right, I pulled this guy's name out when we thought that our first comedian wouldn't be here. This is very, very exciting. This young man has been coming on and off the show for years. We have a lot to catch up with him about. Fan favorite, cast favorite, ladies and gentlemen. It is the return, the long-awaited return of Dan Nolan, everybody. Friendship never ends. Just Dan Nolan.
It's great. I just got 5 years sober at the start of quarantine. It sucked. I wanted to go out and get fucked up to celebrate. This is so much I don't know. I'm not actually completely sober. I did drop acid a couple weeks ago on my birthday, which I don't think counts. Some people think that counts. I don't. But I feel like I always have to clarify. Like, I'm 5 years sober unless you are fucking lame. That is. A lot of people don't know this. Actually, the guy who founded AA, he got kicked out because he told everybody that they should take acid, and it's like really good for sobriety. They kicked him out, and then like when he was on his deathbed, his last dying wish was for a bottle of whiskey, and they refused to give it to him, and then he just had to die sober like a fucking dork. I'd be so mad if someone did that to me. I'd be like, "Are you trying to ruin my deathbed? Like, what are you doing?" I'm gonna do a bunch of heroin on my deathbed for sure. Like, and if you don't like it, don't come to my fucking deathbed. You're not invited, you fucking loser. That crushes when there's.
Yeah, no, that's great. I was just about to say. Brilliant. Friendship never ends.
If you want to be.
Dan Nolan, the return, and I'm telling you, I know it crushes. That's all great material, all personal to you. Congratulations on 5 years of sobriety.
Thank you.
I love it. It's all about you. It's all true stuff. Fucking incredible and educational at the same time. I love that info about did you really do acid?
Yeah, on my birthday. I was down in Key West.
That's awesome.
Did you immediately go, wow, I miss this drug shit?
No, I've done it a bunch. I've probably done it like 10 times over the last
Does
5
it help
years.
you with staying sober from other things?
Yeah, it does a lot for ego. Like, I think I have ego problems, and it like really just makes you step back out of reality and look at yourself objectively, and it just like breaks everything down. And you're like, oh, I'm not shit. Like, the universe is fucking gigantic, and I'm just like nothing, but I'm part of it, so it's cool.
Right.
It's cool.
Absolutely.
He's on acid now. It's like everything's great, man.
He's like seeing the fucking Golden Girls someday. But like a very, very trippy version of it.
I thought Rue McClanahan was dead. No, she's in my mind. Dan?
This is actually you, McClanahan. Go ahead. What were you gonna ask Dan?
That's a golden shower.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And with the shoes off, it's even more sexual for some reason. Like, it's just, yeah.
Drew McManahans.
I'm just about to throw my eggs, period.
Your what?
My eggs, no, they're spoiled.
You don't have much left?
This looks like Rube Ku Klux Klan.
So Dan, tell us more about your life lately. It's been a long time since we've seen you. Last time we talked to you, I believe you said that you were going to go out on the road and just do this wild tour in a car, right?
Yeah, you and I bumped into each other in New York at Skank Fest. Yeah. It was great. I did 4 months and drove all around the country. It was dope.
Didn't you have like a legit job also? Like you're making money?
Yeah, now I do. Now I'm making even more money. It's crazy.
Tell us about it.
I worked in Bird Scooters, the scooter company. I was like a systems administrator.
You get any discounts on these scooters?
I get free scooter rides still.
Wait a second. Wait, where do you work?
I used to work at Bird Scooter.
You're a scooter collector?
Red Band is a scooter podcast that
Yeah. He's into the e-bikes. He's known for his cycling. A lot of people have been calling him Brendan Slavely.
That's what they call him.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, they call Brendan him.
I know, really.
So where are you working now? What are you doing now?
It's the same job. I'm a systems administrator at a different company. It's like project management software for engineers.
Wow. My goodness.
Yeah, I learned to code by myself. I still don't have a college degree. I just learned it, and now I make a lot of money. So it's fun. The whole company's remote, and so now I can do that thing again where I just drive around the country. Before the shutdown, I was like, all right, I got life by the fucking balls right now, and then everything's literally that week. Everything's fucking.
So before you started taking LSD, was your ego just like, look at all these poor people suffering during Corona? I am wealthy.
Yeah, no, I had a bad trip because I was in Florida and I was coming up and I was like, oh, look at all these pieces of shit. I was on the beach and then I was like, why am I judging these people? I just started feeling like a fucking asshole.
Yeah, that's how I feel all the time.
You done acid? I think you've done mushrooms.
No, I'm not an acid guy. Not yet.
Do you want some? I have 7 tabs of acid.
Yeah. I'll talk to you after the show, my friend. Or I could take one right now.
I think you should. Great.
How long does it take for it to kick in?
For about an hour.
Have you ever taken an antacid before?
Dorothy. Oh, Dorothy. You a fan of the Golden Girls?
I've watched episodes and been and I have had the same reaction that you have, where I'm just like, this show is fucking great.
It's unbelievable.
Same thing with Cheers too, some of the shows are so fucking good.
Those shows used to know how to really write around their characters.
Yeah.
So, what's your love life like now, Dan?
I've been with a girl for 2 years. We lived together. I just moved back here. I lived down the street.
Jesus, when we met you 5+ years ago, you were the opposite of how you are now. You had nothing together.
Homeless. I literally still had scars on my arm. I had track marks. Yeah. The first time I did this show, I was homeless. The first time I did it, I remember everything that I owned was in the belly room. I had 2 suitcases full of everything that I owned because I had a job interview here that day, and I had just moved out of a fucking motel I was living with some girl, and I had nowhere to put my stuff, so I just left it upstairs.
Wow! And look at that. Now you have money.
I
You're healthy. You have a good suntan.
Dropping
You're
acid.
taking care of yourself. You have a great relationship. You're happy.
Yeah.
And you're writing jokes about all this. You're turning it all into a positive thing, and that's also funny.
Yeah, it's good. I wish I could do. I'm not doing a lot of material about drugs anymore. Like I'm writing new stuff that's just about my actual life and being a person. But I just
drugs used to be your life, and now it's not.
But I was like, I don't know if that's gonna be a thing, so I didn't. I'm gonna try to like cut it down.
Don't drop the fentanyl humor. That shit always works. Dude. Always have a good fentanyl joke in your back pocket.
And literally every time I hear the word fentanyl, I'm just like, oh yeah,
It's just what I do.
You've done it before.
Oh my god, huge. Everybody should try fentanyl once.
Yeah. Okay, that is only those views do not represent the opinions of Kill Tony and the Comedy Store Incorporated.
Yeah, I thought that was like,
Oh yeah, Josh used to be
I was
blindfolded.
when I sold the goddamn comedy jam, I was high on OxyContin.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, I used to like go to downtown LA and like go to Fifth and Broadway, which is Pill Alley.
Let's check in with Rose.
yeah.
I thought you only did fentanyl on accident.
No, you can do it on purpose.
It's way better.
That's what I thought. I didn't think people that went out of their way to do fentanyl. I thought that was just something you mix.
I mean, I did it. I put a patch on me. It's like 100 milligram fentanyl patch. I mean, and it just like was on me for like 3 days, and it felt great. And I went to a Washington Wizards game, and it was amazing.
Wow, that's what you have to do to make a Washington Wizards team interesting.
But dude, I was like, we were losing by 20 points, but I felt so good. I was like, come on, let's go. You're in the jungle. Like, just kept saying shit like that.
I love it, man. Well, Dan, congratulations on absolutely everything. You're one of the most awesome fucking rags to riches stories in the history of the show. You know, now that we've been doing it for over 7 years, it's cool that we're really getting to see some of these incredible storylines develop with people, and you're one of the best ones that we have.
Cool, man. Yeah, no, it's great to be back. I just saw that you were back here.
Well, look at that. That's how fucking quick it happens. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the return of the great Dan Nolan.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey! It is too easy. That's the way it is.
If you wanna be.
Hey, all right. Let's keep it rolling along smoothly. Your next comedian, a regular on the show. He's a great writer, a great stand-up comedian, and a great roaster. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll love him. It's David Lucas. David Lucas.
Yeah. If any black person votes for Biden, I think you're a fucking idiot. He got on the Breakfast Club and basically said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Nigga, I guess you're black. And then recently he made comments about the Hispanic and the black community, lack in diversity. Like, won't you just go ahead and say nigga? You know what I'm saying? But I don't trust Crime Bill Biden because his crime bill is responsible for more black deaths than COVID-19. Like, you're pandering hard as hell to the black people, dog. You might as well pick Flavor Flav for your running mate. At least you can have a nigga that'll shut the job with you. You try to get the black votes and give him some free chicken while you're at it. Alright, that's I thought it was a minute.
You're right. You're right there.
How much that?
Everybody's done 50 seconds tonight. It's good. That makes sense. It makes sense. 50 seconds is the new minute because we used to have
The crowd.
a room full of laughter.
So you're saying you're voting for Trump off of that? Like you think like in an audience, you think that
Tony just came with the day.
you think like a joke like that, like a full audience, you think that's gonna work, or it's gonna turn half the audience against you?
Whoa, red band.
I don't think I care.
Red band getting
Because it's like, bro, like, you know, both sides, alright, you can say neither political side is for black people, but I like my racism intangible. Trump has been handing out tangibles with police reform. He's not good
Come
about
on, Red Band knows what he's talking about. He watches CNN for 3 minutes a day. He has a very educated opinion on politics.
Right.
He's gonna start calling him Blue Band.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing he likes about the Republicans is the element.
All I'm saying is that that's kind of like, like an abortion joke, where
Or like a poop joke or a butthole joke?
No, I mean, like, that's going to get people angry against you.
But how can a presidential candidate come on TV and say, if you don't vote for me, you're not black?
I mean, I've never heard him say that before. No, he did. It's unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, it was global news.
Yeah, bro, that don't make me want to vote for you.
But I think the key to doing, especially in Los Angeles, and doing like a Biden joke, is just you gotta balance it out with a Trump joke. You know what I mean? You support, like, it's like shit on both of them.
I mean, it's like,
look,
both are fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
We'll start with that, and then you go into the Biden shit.
That's it. And you know, that's if that, and it also depends exactly where you're performing. Because if you're doing it to protect yourself, which I don't believe you need to pander either way, but you know, in Texas or any other place south of fucking really, I mean, that's not on a coast.
I'm probably not voting anyway. In California, we have the electoral votes.
And look, the joke isn't even about Democrats, Republicans, liberals, or conservative. It's about race and him pandering to the race.
Black people.
Exactly. Which is absolutely true, and it's something.
Don't you think Trump panders to white people, though?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Fucking Sophia with the truth bomb. Welcome to Hot Topics with my mom.
That
reminds me, I saw a pander at the zoo the other day.
But I mean,
boy, wow. Way to really.
I didn't really want to come over here and talk about politics, but it's just like if you look at his executive orders, who said they help the most.
And that's what my point was. Like, even doing politics, it's stand up. It's almost kind of like, why bother? Because you're just going to fuck up.
It's really not even to even make a political statement. It's just to stretch my muscle to write on some shit.
It's great. It's absolutely great. It's very important to work muscles and write jokes about different things.
And things that are happening. I'm trying to be a little more topical. Right. Just having jokes. You know what I'm saying? So,
absolutely. Yes.
I got something. So you're like the black guy at a Trump rally that everyone has to take a picture with just to prove.
Nigga, I'm not going to a Trump rally.
I'm not racist. My mate's black.
Oh my god.
But nigga, I have stayed at the Trump Towers before. Them shits is nice.
It is the best golf course I've ever been on. Mandalay Bay.
Once.
Are you just saying random things now?
Didn't you say the Trump Tower is the hotel, right?
Yeah.
And I said, so is Mandalay Bay.
It's a nice hotel.
Yeah.
Have you stayed at Mandalay Bay?
Many times.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it's not that nice of a hotel.
It used to be.
Okay, wait.
Now it smells a little weird. Oh, where do I get these problems? I was born in a circus because I'm a poor bitch.
Circus. If people don't know Circus is a broke ass hotel. Hey, Golden Girls, how do y'all feel about them removing your episode with Bud Matt saying that it was blackface? Golden Girls, how y'all feel?
The travesty.
Oh my goodness.
It was mud, it wasn't blackface. We love you.
This shit's out of control.
I'm just glad we all learned something today despite our differences and we're still best friends.
What did we learn, Rose?
We learned that we all think differently.
I think Red Band just canceled Brothers in Person.
It would have been because of you, my friend.
Oh, I know.
I don't even know what's happening right now. I've completely lost track of all of this.
I heard Tony got a new movie coming out on Disney.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about? What's the movie?
Beauty and the Beast.
Oh.
You play Booty.
That's not good.
The sequel to my ass. It's a third one to Sex Toy Story.
Tony dressed like he sells dildo insurance.
Oh, come on. Why, do you need to buy some dildo insurance? Because we have a really good rate right
That
now.
motherfucker like, you can get a $5 deductible.
Hey, we call it a deductible in the dildo business. There's actually a lot of terms for it. Yeah. Fucking dildo insurance and booty hole coverage.
I'm thinking of this gay porno called Booty and the Beast where it's like starring Aston.
Starring who?
Aston instead of Gaston. No one's gay like Gaston. No one sucks like Gaston.
Okay, I don't know. Literally, I've said this a few times in the last 10 minutes. I have no idea what's going on right
It's like that acid's kicking in.
now. It really is. It really is. I'm glad we edited out the part that I took it, but it's kicking in fast.
Hey, Tony, you can't let William start the show up. That's what set the tone up for craziness.
I like it crazy. I like it like this.
Oh, Al Redban's questioning me about my political stance.
No, it's
No, I'm
true.
not. I'm just saying.
It's true. Look, I respect Red Band's opinion because I take all my political knowledge from a guy that wakes up at 5 p.m. every day. That's what I'm into. He understands how laws work and everything, right?
The law of gravity.
It's a beautiful thing.
CNN for Red Band stands for Cooking Noodles Naked.
My girlfriend used to say that. I've ever heard my fucking life.
Cooking noodles naked.
Cooking noodles naked.
That's CNN for Red Band.
HBO stands for Home Bakery Office. What does it? It's home box office.
Whoa!
Honey, I'm just kidding.
No, you're not.
wrong.
You actually
He thought
thought
that Red Band thought the E channel was about
Oh, Red Band, I don't mean to interrupt you, but one of the people came and told me the car is going off.
Is that true?
The lights keep flashing like everything.
Oh no, that's my alarm system.
This has now become a weekly problem on Joe Noted. This incredible electric car is a real mind of its own out there.
Yeah, it has an alarm system where it's constantly
You must have got some grease. You must have got some grease on the touchscreen.
Jerk off. You ever jerk off to a photo that your car takes?
Yeah, it takes video, Tony.
Whoa! What is it? Anything good happening out there? Can you see?
No, it'll tell me it's just because it's parked near the sidewalk, so anyone walking by.
Oh, gotcha. That's why I keep going up.
Alright. David, so much fun. I love the performance side. I love it when people do things out of their comfort zone, things that are different. If only we could get William to do something different each week. I'm just kidding. He had a great set tonight. Everything's good. And yeah, great stuff. A perspective that would shock people and be very compelling, to say the least. We love you. It's a great David Lucas.
Yeah.
There he goes.
If you gotta get the fish.
Back to the bucket we go. Wow, we know this young man. He's made a couple appearances on the show in the past month. One of the great comedy veterans here at the Comedy Store, a future paid regular of the Comedy Store, current door guy. This is a cool guy to hang out with. A fucking fun guy on stage and off. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mitch Burrow. Here we go.
Okay.
Mitch Burrow, everybody. Come on, give him a hand, guys. There's a few people.
Thank you. I recently found out about incels and everyone's mad at them. I don't think that's fair. These guys aren't getting the fuck. I think they have every right to complain. The people who I don't like are the guys that do fuck and still complain about it. Right? Like the other day I was with this guy and he was like, dude, I was fucking this chick last night and the whole time she just laid there. It sucked. And I was like, really? That's what bothered you? That she was there? You didn't like that? You should try doing it alone sometime. I don't really think you appreciate the situation, right? Plus, me personally, I don't like it when they move around a lot. It makes me think they're trying to get away. So, you know. Having a southern accent, I get upset when people pick on accents. The other day, I heard these two guys behind me making fun of the Chinese accents, and I was like, not on my watch, that ain't gonna happen. So I turned around to let them know. I was like, hey, y'all need to cut that shit out. And it was just two Chinese dudes talking to each other. So I was like, my bad, I'm an idiot, but my heart's in the right place.
Mitch Burrow.
Dig right to the river, say you're year round.
I know you're on a one-way or nothing at all, but I think you're better than West. Moving to Burrow. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, what up, Tony?
How's it going, buddy?
Man, it's going good. I had a great day today.
Hell yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you, bright and early on the golf course, hitting the links.
Yeah, I've had the best game of
That
my life.
is true. I tend to bring that out in people. Me and Mitch played golf earlier today, and Mitch won.
Yep, that's right.
It was a beautiful game, early morning, beautiful, beautiful trip to the top of the mountains of beautiful Pasadena, California.
Yeah, I didn't.
And this fucking guy has a natural stroke like you could not believe. Insert gay joke here.
I thought
He's
it would be
about to have one.
Yeah, I thought it would be about me being overweight and dying.
Well, that one too. I guess so. Absolutely. Thank you for beating me to the punch there, bitch. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. We had an Arnold Palmer, the god of golf. We had a spiked Arnold
Which
Palmer.
is a John Daly.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah.
It was fucking awesome. Nothing better than a fucking liquor lemonade iced tea at probably about 10:45 a.m.
Yeah. Can I real quick? I just want to off topic. Josh is here. Something very funny happened to me during quarantine.
This guy's a big fan of the 500 podcast because he thinks it's about his weight.
Josh has one of my favorite jokes, and I got reminded of it. I was in bed with this girl during quarantine, and she was like, "Hey, do you want me to suck your dick?" And I was like, "That'd be great." And as she went to do it, her fucking hip popped, and I just go, "Oh man, it's like I'm about to get my dick sucked by Josh Adam Myers." And she just said, "Who is that?" And I was like, "Yeah, never mind, my bad."
You're thinking of Josh while you're having sex.
I never came harder.
Dude, I'm glad I popped in your head while you had an erection.
Yeah, dude.
That's something every comic wants to hear.
Now that's happened with every comedian up here. So
I think about Josh every time I'm getting a blowjob from a girl that's on fentanyl. That has when she gets nude and I see that fentanyl patch, I think of you, buddy.
Also, I think Josh just had an allergic reaction to a nicotine patch and thought it was fentanyl.
Dude, I stole it from my mom. I know it was real.
He has a nicotine patch, a fentanyl patch, and you just have a sour patch. You sort of look like a cabbage patch. All right.
Don't forget about all the patches on the split jeans.
Whoa.
How hard was it for you to change the band name to Lady A?
Lady Antebellum. Lady Antebellum. She's a southern. She's a country band, and Antebellum represents slavery. And then she was like, we're gonna change the Lady A instead of just completely different.
And then it turns out there was a black female artist who's been Lady A for a long time, and Lady Antebellum sued Lady A.
Yeah, they sued her.
She
was like, we care about the black
people. A black woman
from the past
for changing after they changed their name to her name.
Yeah.
To be fair, that black woman had never been a slave, so she didn't really care.
What happened with that? You and David talk a lot because I feel like you two would get along.
Yeah, we started working out together. So
you're just like, fucking Trump's the man. I can see the results for Trump.
Are we just gonna breeze past the fact that Tony took credit for your win today?
No, that's what's funny. That's been the running joke with us. It's the only thing running that has to do with match.
I love it when you're on because all those jokes.
Well, he'll be off in a few minutes. Are you a Trump supporter? Good question.
No,
Josh. Oh, you're not?
No, I don't like the way that he talks.
I thought I heard you say that you were like
a Republican.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so you're
I think that's the problem. Is that you can be a Republican and be like, you know what, man, I fucking like guns, but I don't like fucking idiots.
Right.
Yeah. And you can like pick and choose. Okay, I'm not looking for a slow clap. I appreciate it. Yeah. But like, it's just.
Keep going. It's okay. Ignore the ban.
It shouldn't be a team sport,
right?
Like when that dude from Alabama was getting accused of trying to have sex with teenagers, all the Republicans should have been like, "Hey, you know what? We'll take the L on this one.
Right.
Democrats can have. We'll come back next time and beat you with a guy that doesn't fuck kids." But they said, we're gonna. This is still our guy, and that's when I quit being a Republican.
Exactly. So now you're gonna vote for Biden in this upcoming election?
No, I just think that they do it. I voted for Gary Johnson last time. I'm just going to keep voting for Gary Johnson. That's my guy.
He runs every 4 years,
He wears a sport coat with blue jeans. That's my dude, man.
Yeah, dude.
I like that shit. Business and casual all at the same time. Sport coat and blue jeans is like the mullet of attire, so I dig it.
Very, very interesting. Who else have you voted for in the past?
I only voted
Jimmy Dean.
that time. Yeah, my grandmother was asking me what kind of sausage I wanted. I was like, Jimmy Dean's.
Is a write-in?
I really only voted once. The rest of the time I was like, oh, it's okay, everything's cool. And then Trump started running, and I was like, I wanted to go third party.
Twice.
I just wanted to go third party.
Right, of course.
No, I only voted the one time.
Right. Yeah.
You don't get to vote more just because you're bigger.
Unless you have, right, I was thinking about your absentee ballot back in Georgia.
No. I never did that. Even when I was in the Marine Corps, I never voted. Because I just figured everybody else would figure it out. People like me shouldn't be voting anyway.
Right.
You look at the ballot, you don't know half of the names on the list.
Usually when you're voting, it's for New Mountain Dew flavor.
That's not fair. Here's what happened. South Park did a thing about it with a fat guy and a Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew used to be...
Did they?
Yeah, but Mountain Dew used to be energy drinks.
Right.
It was the extreme people, motorcycles, fucking skydivers. Fucking it was do the do, extreme, baby.
Yeah.
And then South Park was like, look at that fat bald guy with a computer. And now that became the joke. It ain't right.
I just think of white trash. That's all I think of when I.
Yeah, who do you think rides motorcycles and go skydiving?
Yeah,
I just said all those things.
I'm just saying. I don't think of fat like nerdy guys at a computer when I think of Mountain Dew. I think of just white trash.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, I love Mountain Dew. I just don't want to be associated too on the news.
I love it. What else has been going on, Mitch? What's going on in your world?
I just had a birthday.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
You get to eat cake and have an excuse this day.
You bought me a cake.
That's right.
And then I was
a cupcake.
I was looking at the comments on here, and someone said on the Kill Tony videos.
You on an episode that you were on?
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Oh no, you know what it was? I did Holtzman's. No, they like me. It's great. I can't wait to read about it later. People that haven't done acid. I still have an ego, so I gotta feed it.
You still have an ego after reading the comments?
Yeah,
you have an ego,
dude. Okay. Listen to everything that these fuckers and you are saying, and then you think a comment on YouTube is gonna bother. They're nicer than what you guys do.
That's sweet, thank you.
Yeah, I have to go read the comments immediately after this just to feel, because you're like, Mitch, he really ain't that fat.
Okay, so you read the comments and then what happened?
And so it was on the Holtzman episode that I did on
Dead Air.
On Dead Squad. Yeah, so I did Dead Air, and someone said, I wonder if Kill Tony still has a dark soul from when I did the DMT. And I told him, I was like, Tony, actually, his soul is very bright and shiny now after I got that.
You responded to a comment on YouTube?
Yeah, I let him know. I ain't gonna let him talk about you like that, man.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
And now they follow me. I got a new fan.
Oh my goodness.
You gotta interact with these people.
Do you?
Yes, you got to.
I think you need to interact with these people.
Well, that's what I'm talking about when I say that to me.
I love it.
Very needy.
Did you get anything good for your birthday? Other than a cupcake?
I got some flip-flops.
Ooh.
And some board shorts.
Wow.
When I go surfing.
Damn, you surf?
No, I did it. I tried it once. I had to use a paddleboard.
Oh.
That's... Actually, shouldn't have said that out loud.
We need video of this.
It's called sinking whenever he goes.
Eventually, everyone does that. Sorry, which one's the whore?
That's this one right here.
That's the terrifying one.
What would you do to her if given the chance?
Whatever the law allows, I guess. I saw her doing that thing with her tongue. I like tongue stuff.
Whoa. Yeah. Her hip Blanche, meet Branch.
I thought your set was really good.
Oh, wow.
Are you the oldest one?
Yeah.
She was actually the youngest of the actors.
Yeah.
I got a lot of Golden Girls trivia.
Oh, really? What else? What else do you know?
That's actually, I didn't think you were going to follow up on that.
Quentin Tarantino, I believe, once played a pizza man or something like that. Elvis impersonator. I always get the Pizza Man and Elvis impersonator.
Favorite show of all time. I only saw.
It was like a 3-second cameo.
I only saw one episode, and that was the one where the whore she rear-ended a guy because that was her move. She'd see a guy with a Lexus or a Cadillac, bump into him, and then like exchange information and be kind of slutty, and then like start dating him. This one she did it. He got out wearing a neck brace, and then was like, "I'm gonna sue you, even though you're a whore." And then that was what the whole episode was about.
I invited Quentin Tarantino to kill Tony one time.
That's true. I think we talked about this on a Ice House episode.
Tony didn't believe me at first, but he thought I was pulling his leg. I went up to him at a restaurant when I saw him eating.
I've always wondered why Quentin has never shown up to the show. That throws everything in there.
I was dressed as Dorothy from the Golden Girls. I do a show at the Comedy Store.
Were you wearing the flip-flops? He's in the feet, so...
Oh, that would have helped, actually.
Yeah.
I always thought, growing up when I was young, that Dorothy was a man dressed as a woman. I thought so, too.
Really?
Yes.
Is that
D. Arthur?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
because I'd never heard a woman with that deep of a voice before.
And she was tall and alert, kind of, you know. If you're going to have a voice that deep, you should be Arthur.
Oh, my goodness. There you go. There he goes. Mitch Burrow, everybody. Here's Mitch. Mitch, what's your social media again? At Mitch Burrow on everything. And Dan Nolan Comedy. Beautiful. You know what? Let's go to the bucket one more time before...
But I think that's better that way.
Yeah.
Well, I said, don't go chasing waterfalls.
All right. Pulling on the name out of the bucket, we know this young man. He's been on the show before as well. From the great state of Louisiana. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the one and the only. I do believe he's here. Here comes, with no further ado, a guy that goes by the name of Nate Welch. Nate Welch. Here comes Nate. Here's Nate right here. Here he is, live in the flesh. Here's Nate.
Hey, yo. A lot of people think I ain't got no culture just because I look like this. I like art and shit. Like Star Wars. That's art, ain't it? Well, Van Gogh Starry Night, that paint. That bitch is tight. Don't believe me? Look at this. And Make That Ass Up by Juvenile is a classic that will transcend the test of time. No. Cash Money took over for the 99s and the 2000s. And I'd be willing to bet they're going to be taking over for the 2999s and the 3000s. Just imagine like a bunch of twerking Terminators. I've been a bouncer for 12 years. Some of the biggest clubs in New Orleans and some of the biggest clubs out here. And it's a universal fact. As long as they got ass, they don't back it up when Juvenile tells them to.
There you go.
Yeah. As long as you love me.
Fuck yeah, Nate Welch coming in with some unexpected back that ass up material. I would not have predicted that. If I could given 1,000 guesses, I wouldn't have guessed that you would have gone with a Juvenile theme set tonight.
This is M. Night Shyamalan, that thing.
A lot of Cash Money references in there. Not what we would consider topical, but educational.
He's like, I got 10 minutes on the Terror Squad.
That was like a big gang warfare when I was coming up through high school. The No Limit Soldiers versus Cash Money Records. The Alliance of the Great Master P, Mystical, Silk the Shocker,
Sea Murder.
Was
even
a big
Snoop
one.
Dogg at one point.
Snoop Dogg signed with No Limit for a bit there. Incredible. And then, of course, Cash Money Records, Juvenile, Lil Wayne, a tiny little boy at the time. He was actually Lil back then. And the great Birdman was also part of
Manny Fresh.
Cash Money.
Manny Fresh. Get money. Who else?
BG. Mia X? Or was she?
Oh, Mia X was a No Limit Soldier. She was on the tank, as we call it. I was actually a No Limit Soldier in my imagination. I had taken a stance. I had taken a true alliance with it. That's what I would listen to in my headphones while cutting weight for wrestling. Running around with trash bags on. Or as some of you would call it, being Red Man. No, I'm kidding. You don't run around. So let's talk about it. Nate, you a fan of Cash?
Oh my God. Sometimes it's just too much. You're from New Orleans, right? Yeah. I have an older friend from there, and even he knew the Hot Boys. They were so big for a while. Any of these people, by the way.
You don't really know any of them?
No,
you were like 35 at the time.
No, I mean, I think it's my hippie days.
Yeah.
I stopped listening to rap.
Get a bit to the fixed up his cheeks smooth. And I'm so fly, cause I'm still fly.
Oh, I got it. Hey, did you start stand-up in New Orleans? Yeah, I did it for about 3 months. So they do have comedy there. I always was told that they don't even have a comedy. It was
they don't really.
the Howlin' Wolf. It's nothing like out here. It's nothing on that level.
Well, what's the comedy club there?
They don't really even have it.
Right.
So what Howlin' Wolf or Howlin' Jack? Yeah, Dr. Jimbo's Laugh House. Howlin' Wolf is like the closest thing they have, but it's more of a bar that they just do a big comedy.
It doesn't even have a name. It's just a noise.
All right, here we go. Here, find on the Z5. Dude, that probably kills the fucking hot boy shit in New Orleans. I bet you got like 20 minutes on Katrina. I talked with Katrina for a long time. Yeah. I don't really got no minutes on it right now, just because I didn't really. Yeah, I've been writing on that. I never really tried none of that shit. Just because it's just I got about 20 minutes of other shit. I got 45 minutes on Dumbo. I can tell you about Tony Santress was about 15 minutes.
What do you miss about New Orleans?
Dude, I miss so much back home, but I miss my friends, I miss my family, I miss the culture.
You friends with a guy named Jimbo?
Jimbo?
Yeah. No?
I know it's Jim and I know a Bo.
Whoa! Knowing a Bo is half the battle, really.
B-E-A-U-X. Of course.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. My hometown got destroyed in Katrina, so I could probably.
Is that true?
My shack.
My goodness. So what you were in the lower 94th?
No, that's what the internet says, but no, Buras is like now Louisiana's like a boot. We're from the very tip, but a big toe in the boot.
Oh,
and like we got hit before New Orleans. But it's a small town.
Your house destroyed?
Yeah, everything destroyed. Yeah, we had a 2-story house. It was like 18 feet of water in it.
Water?
Like so it was like the light switches on the second floor. Yeah, my room was downstairs.
Did you get like all your good personal stuff out of there?
I evacuated. Like our family evacuated, and hurricanes, like it was almost like a crying wolf thing, where it's like once you do it so much, it just kind of becomes routine, and you don't really think about it no more.
So all your stuff got ruined?
Yeah, I left when I was.
Well, we have a special surprise for you. We went through the house. We got your baseball card collection. Ladies and gentlemen, bring it on out. Here's Nate Scout from Hurricane Katrina with the pipped up Gucci.
Yeah, I had 3 pairs of clothes on a PlayStation 2 after Katrina. That just come out.
Say that again?
I had 3 pairs of clothes on a PlayStation 2.
Oh, wow. Look at that William Montgomery lifestyle.
Yeah.
Very cool.
But yeah, it was, I don't want to say make it sound like a sob story, because it was like, it felt like the best thing that ever happened. Not right away, but.
Anybody you know die in Katrina?
Not Grandma. Nobody died.
Grandma could swim.
There's a choice between my PlayStation and Grandma.
Now, did they rebuild your town, or they
rebuilt it, but not like it is.
Okay.
Because like down there they had grade schools. They had Fort Sulphur, Buras, and Bouville.
Wow.
And after Katrina, they all got destroyed, so they rebuilt one school. And everybody.
Now they have an excuse for why no one from there can read.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Like that's not really an excuse. It's just more like it happens. They don't do that a lot. They don't like doing it, like fishing and shit.
You're wearing a water boy shirt. That was centered from around your neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm pretty much from the same places.
A lot of guys that you know talk like that one coach from there.
My stepdad.
Oh wow, really? Is that true? You
swear to God.
You talk to him often?
No.
Oh.
I beat him up twice.
Really? You beat him up twice?
Yeah.
You won both fights?
Yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Dominated him?
Yeah, I knocked out 2 of his teeth.
Oh my God! Well, those must have been pretty loose.
They were.
Let's face it.
Yeah, they weren't in there. They weren't full. You know what I'm saying? They was hanging on by a thread.
Those Louisiana dentists don't necessarily keep it.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Wow, that was on Thanksgiving. What happened? He wouldn't pass the tick.
Nah, he the turkey. Nah,
Can you please pass the 2 foot long pole now?
nah. I just he had put his hands on my mom, and I found that out. And I told him if I ever catch him, I'm gonna whoop his ass.
Oh
and
shit!
I called him, so I whooped his ass.
Oh my God! What type of hands did he put on your mom?
Oh, on your mom. I said in your mom. I'm like, how did he do that?
Oh.
No, like that's it. It's my stepdad. I'm assuming that's gonna happen. But don't put him on. Like don't hit her. That's my mom. I'll defend the chick over there. I don't even know. Right. You know what I'm saying?
You'll hit your mom before
no,
he
I was
hits.
never. I know there's some big bitches I can give $20.
Well, what's the biggest argument you and your mom have ever gotten in?
That's a big question.
You're gonna go to church this Sunday night.
No, that ain't kind of big. Where the fuck do you think New Orleans is, dude?
He's like a gentleman, come.
You better come to church with me on Sunday. That's where you're gonna go, is church on Sunday if you know what was good for you. Hurricane Katrina really
Right, I'm from New Orleans.
You better go grab that crocodile in the gumbo and go into church on Sunday whether you like it or not.
The cake to the church, oh.
We eat 2 things in this house, gators and kangaroos. These are the things that I like.
Baton Rouge.
Wait, Rose, what did you say?
Hey, old lady, I think the glass is kicking in.
Amino acids, don't you?
So what did he do? He punched your mom?
Oh, yeah, apparently he hit her at a bar.
At a what?
At a bar.
Oh.
And I'm a bouncer. I've been a bouncer for 12 years.
So he did a horrible job that night.
I wasn't there.
Wow.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have.
He's like, I was on my break. My elbow break.
They weren't at the bar I worked at.
Right. It was a different bar. No one would hit your mom at the bar that you work at. You take her to the bar next door.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah, don't do that.
He's like, guys, I'm gonna take my 15-minute shrimp po' boy break.
Yeah, shrimp po' boy and a cigarette. Phenomenal. Thanks.
You ever put your cigarette on a po' boy? Do it both at the same time?
No.
You ever put a...
It's a Louisiana slammer.
In Louisiana, a fun fact is they have patches for that. If you go too long without a po' boy, you just put the
A po' boy
I
patch.
need a po' boy patch.
Put on a gumbo patch and take a hot bath. It rushes in.
A po' boy and a daiquiri would be phenomenal.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wait, Ryan, I've never heard you laugh like that in the history of the show. What did you like about all that interaction?
He was thinking about po' boys and tank.
Was what?
So much Louisiana references.
So much Louisiana references. Do you like Louisiana hot sauce?
Yeah.
What else do you miss?
I miss, like I said, I miss the culture. I miss my friends.
You ever go to the Tabasco factory?
No.
His favorite singer, Praline Dion. Praline Dion.
Definitely my heart.
Yeah, but pretty much just, it's people. That's pretty much what I miss the most.
That's it. They have good hearts down there.
Yeah, they do. And they do here too, but I mean, just down there it's a little different.
Yeah.
I really like it.
Down there, it is what it is.
It is. But it is what it is.
That's a little bit different down there. Hey, down there in Louisiana. From the big AC.
Welcome to Louisiana. Good night, mate. This is what Louisiana's like. We got boomerangs and kangaroos.
Have you ever been to Babbitt Strait before? Yeah.
This is a super inside.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Joel.
Super inside.
I always love it when you start a reference with this is super inside, but go ahead.
Letting you inside my mind for a second. When you were ever like when a guy had a girl when he grabbed her in a bar, did you ever say you better muffle let her go? Let her go, muffalata. Okay, well, fuck it. Never mind.
All right, we're gonna edit that.
Wow, this crowd is fucking awesome. I love it here.
Good thing.
Muffalata's a shit. I enjoy. Thank you, my girl. I thought it was great.
You guys have definitely traveled down the road and back again.
Damn, back again. This is perfect.
Nate Welch, so much fun, such a great talk, so entertaining. Thank you so much. There goes Nate Welch. There he goes. Gucci suit. Pay my rent, 'cause all of my money's spent. But it can still fly. La, 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 la. It is that time of the night, ladies and gentlemen, where we bring up our regular Nick Schmegular. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, a force of absolute nature. Every single episode, including the extended video quarantine episodes, this guy always takes things to another level. Fresh off of having boiling water poured on him in a Rambo monologue battle. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great Michael Lair, everybody. Here he is.
Being disabled, you sitting on your balls a lot. All men do, sometimes. But being disabled, you do all the time. When a man sits on his balls, he can quickly move off his balls. But when you're disabled, the word quick is no longer in your vocabulary. So you stay sat on your fucking balls like some Game of Thrones shit. If you have a pussy, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Sitting on your balls is like giving birth. I have caught my penis in zipper. I burned it with cigarettes, not because I'm disabled, because that's what the men pay me for. Venmo or Cash App, Comedy 69.
Oh shit, there he goes. When you hear that fuck machine, the set is over. Fuck yeah.
Real baby mama. You ever sat on your balls before?
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily,
You have long balls. You've talked about this before.
yes, I have. But luckily, thanks to the great people over at Sheath Underwear, my balls stay closely tucked into my body. But back when I was a kid, like in high school and shit, I used to wear boxers like William Montgomery, like like a guy that doesn't give a fuck or understand how gravity works, like a real fucking Stagats over there, like a real fucking Gagoose. It's like a real fucking disgrazia. Fafacula. Okay. Sometimes I yell at William in Italian. Welcome to the show, Michael Lair. Unbelievable set. I fucking love you. I love that you're rocking the new Hinchcliffe Hulkamania montage shirt.
This old thing?
Yeah. That's fucking sweet, dude. Fuck yeah, man.
Man.
Welcome. Very, very fun set.
Thank you.
My favorite part was when you said the word vocabulary.
Yeah. It's like a collection of words if you have cocks in the mouth.
I like you, man. I like your. This is the first time I've ever seen you. I liked your aggression. You were really intense.
I'm dying, so I'm real mad.
Yes. They should call you Slow Rogan.
Oh yeah.
Oh, jeez. Michael Lair could kill you after that.
You can suck my fucking dick.
No. Come on. That's a compliment, Slower.
Oh, sorry.
He meant it in a good way.
I'm sorry, Tony. I don't know all the rules.
No, it's good. It's like, Michael.
No, it's cool.
Michael's
Is everybody cool?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's Jarvis.
Oh my goodness gracious. Michael Lair, you have an earring for the first time tonight. Is that a real earring? Is your ear pierced, or is that just a piece of your wheelchair hanging off your head?
pierced. I got a piercing 7th grade at the Queen Center Mall. And I put it in again. Because I'm more Hollywood and shit. And I'm looking good. I'm rather frank. I'm a president.
You have a hat that is representing downtown Los Angeles, a place rarely traveled by almost everybody that lives in the city.
Except if you got a wheelchair, we all hang out down there.
Why do wheelchair people congregate in downtown Los Angeles?
Because we're
Is there like a magnet down there that just pulls you guys towards it?
Yeah, it's a magnet to a crack pipe, you idiot.
Whoa, I'm the idiot?
Yeah, I smoke crack because I'm motion.
Do you smoke crack sometimes?
No, but I am gonna experiment with more drugs as I get my last licks in. Yeah.
What drugs are you looking forward to trying?
Thank you. Oh, trying? No, I don't try shit. I do shit, motherfucker. Alright. Hey, no, I went to the doctor this week. I go to see their son. Every doctor who comes in the room, they ask me, do you have a commode? I'm like, I'm not leaving.
Hold on, a commode?
Yeah, like a tushy.
Oh, like a bidet.
That's the thing you sell.
Yeah, the tushy, like the thing that sprays water in your asshole.
Isn't that a commode?
No, a
it's a
commode
toilet.
is a toilet. A bidet is the thing that sprays water up your ass.
Oh my god, my routine. Hey, I want to say, Jesse.
The good news is I saved you before you got to the punchline there. I cut you off, so now we can reset it. They asked you if you have a commode.
And the fact that if this is true, the doctor's probably like, wow, he doesn't even have a toilet at his house.
And why is he so defensive when we ask him?
You might not even have ALS. He might just be filled with shit.
Yeah.
It's full of shit, this guy.
I go in public, I'm like a high beast. I don't have a crash track full of shit.
How do you know?
Because I'm really being more than 6. Shut the fuck up! I've 3 weeks to live, and these motherfuckers are talking. Are you fucking?
Well, it's David Lucas, man, you know.
You gotta be kidding me! And in the movie, in the motherfuckers!
That is true. It's not a movie.
Man, everyone today.
So you have to understand, black people don't have movie theaters that they can go to and talk in the backup right now.
You're right. I'm sorry.
So they have to get it in where they can. Sometimes they come to the main room and just get it out of their systems.
Hey,
That's quite the commode. I mean, segue.
hey, my son, it takes the joy of life to get a compliment out of him. And he gave me one.
Compliment?
Yeah.
No, I thought you said you couldn't get a compliment. Right. Or a condiment.
I can't get my son. No, I'm kidding. No, I
You can't get a compliment out of your son.
Yeah, right, and he gave me one, and I want to show it real quick.
Whoa.
That was cool. Come on, come home. I won't try to wrestle you anymore. Come home.
Is the camera on, Michael, or is it still set for someone that's standing up? Okay, just making sure. That would really suck if this whole time it was just old Charlie Chaplin back there.
Wow, it almost feels like I had bad luck.
Oh, come on, Michael. You don't have bad luck. Bad luck does not exist for someone that buys the brand new Hinchcliffe Multimedia t-shirt.
Oh,
HinchcliffeMultiMedia.com. Click on the merch bar on the side and buy yourself one.
it's really comfortable. I get the extra sauce.
It is really, really comfortable, and it's absolutely incredible. There's other things you can do with it. You can use it as a pillowcase if you want. You can have a little mini tent if you have any small children. You can just put some tent poles around it. You can do anything with it, really. You can use it for anything. You can change oil. If you don't like me, you can dip it in chocolate syrup.
Wipe all the comments you're gonna have your gay ass.
Wow, look at that. That's what you use it for?
Come on. No, I wouldn't buy that shirt.
Why? It doesn't have a cat on it or something?
No.
It doesn't have a cat ear?
I wouldn't want your name on my chest.
Right.
Hey, Brian, why are you so fucking mad I'm wearing it?
I'm not mad at it.
No, you're obviously mad. No, I feel it. No, you have a problem that I can feel it. No, you do.
I think Michael might be right about this.
You know what? I have a problem with something else about you.
Oh, my goodness.
Tell me.
Why aren't you wearing any of the shit I gave you?
Whoa!
Right, one, you drink too much, and remember, you did not get me anything. No,
that's right.
Well, for the small price of $30, he will give you a Death Watch.
I want the black person video one, I told you.
I thought I gave you one when you came to the studio.
No.
All right, this is Michael, another amazing performance. We fucking love you. Incredible stuff. You're a fucking legend. MichaelAirComedy.com. So much great merch, so many great videos, so many fun little Easter eggs hidden on his website. Make sure you check it out. Follow him on everything. Here comes tonight's drawing from the great Ryan J. Ebelt. Look at that thing. Look at that. Just incredible. Some flags there. Michael Lair holding flags, and it's like a racing team. Is that right? Is that what I'm seeing? I can't really see. I'm looking through the thing. We don't have a screen on the camera right now. It's what? Oh, everybody's fighting. Oh, I like that. That's fun. Very fitting. The great Josh Adam Myers was here, everybody.
Yes, so much fun. Thank you, brother.
Spotify, the 500 with Josh Adam Myers. So many fun episodes. You just recorded one with Harlan Williams live at the Comedy Store.
Yeah, we're doing a couple more here. We've got Tom Murillo coming up, and we have Billy Gibbons doing a CC Top record.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's gonna be
That's
dope.
fucking incredible.
Yeah, it's gonna be dope.
Awesome stuff. I love it. And hopefully we'll be back to doing the Comedy Jam again soon. Get me up there to
God, I can't. Dude, in the Hall of Fame of the goddamn Comedy Jam, no one has elicited more of a response.
Well, I
You had Skankfest 2 years in a row.
This quarantine has me all pent up with energy. I have some special plans for this next one, so we'll talk about it when we cross that bridge. But I'm not gonna have a voice. Spoiler alert: I'm not gonna have a voice by the end of this song. Speaking of goddamn Comedy Jam, another one of the great members of it and elite forces with almost every great Los Angeles comedy show. It's the great Jeremiah Watkins. That was Dorothy the whole time, believe it or not. I know a lot of you are thinking, wow, is that the real B. Arthur? No, it's Jeremiah Watkins. He's got a brand new rap music video out with Eric Griffin. That's available on social media.
Also headlining in Minneapolis, Minnesota at the end of the month. Come see me there at Acme, and Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins, and look out for new episodes of Jeremiah Wonders on my YouTube, youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins, at Jeremiah Stand Up on social.
There you go. Where can people get their reimbursement for the tickets that they're going to buy for that live show that's going to inevitably be canceled?
They've actually been doing shows there every single week, so
whoa, you're gonna do it? You already have your airplane tickets? Fingers crossed for you, my friend. Going to Minneapolis, the birthplace of Prince.
Yeah, Adam Ray just did it, and he said the shows were good.
Oh, awesome! I love it. What are they doing? Like 50% capacity?
I think so. 35% of 50%. So maybe it'll be the first time I sell out. Beat you to it. Hello.
Set up. Oh, sell out. Yeah. Well, that's good. At least it's not 2% like the milk that you pour on your cereal.
Whole milk, honey.
Oh, shit. Speaking of whole milk, the great Rose was here. That was Jesse Johnson, everybody. She's at Jetski Johnson on everything social media. What else, Jetski?
Follow me on social media.
Heck yeah, follow her. Go look at Squeak. That's right. I always want to say squeegee, but it's not squeegee. No. Squeak. Hey, Blanche. Oh, that's not Blanche. Hold on, that's Chroma Chris. Wait a second. The whole time it was me. What did you think about tonight's episode? Oh, it was golden, Tony. Oh, I knew it. I always know what you're going to say. It's so crazy. I love it. Chroma Chris is at Chroma Chris on all social media. Correct. And Venmo. Oh, is that Chroma Chris on Venmo? Good to know. That's a new thing. And then, believe it or not, that wasn't Sophia. That wasn't E.T. dressed like a woman. That was Joel Jimenez the whole time, everyone.
Yeah.
What's going on, Joel?
Oh, I'm at Mostly Sorry on Instagram. That's it. I put everything there.
There it is. He also has a podcast called Mostly Sorry, which you should definitely subscribe to and check out sometime. TonyHinchcliffe.com has a bunch of fun stuff happening, including my Roast University happening. Business is booming over there. A lot of fun episodes of that. And, a bunch of new merch. A ton of new merch at TonyHinchcliffe.com. So, yeah. There you go. That's it. Michael Layer's doing it, so why shouldn't you?
Check out Dead Air with Brian Holtzman. Mitch was on that a few weeks ago, and that was a lot of fun. And we also have Brothers in Cursive with William and David and Loophole, if you guys like e-bikes as much as Tony does. Check that out, all at DeathSquad.tv.
There you go, everybody. Have a great night. Thank you.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world-famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, what's up? We are live. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. And here we are for another fun episode of Kill Tony. Brought to you by our amazing sponsors this week. And here's a little bit more about them. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn. Maybe it's a type of video on the internet. And when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through their secure servers so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time, I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button, and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/killtony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. expressvpn.com/killtony. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/killtony. ExpressVPN.com/Keltoni to learn more. Hiring can be difficult, but if you're a company that's currently trying to hire, you face new difficulties. From safely reopening your doors to finding the right person for a specialized role, HousingWire could relate. They needed to hire an ambitious reporter to cover news stories on the U.S. mortgage and housing markets. So they turned to ZipRecruiter.
ZipRecruiter's smart matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And that's how HousingWire found Alexander Roham. Alexander never imagined she could get a reporter job in the midst of COVID-19. Hiring was frozen, and the idea of looking for a job was discouraging. So she created a profile on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter matched Alexander to HousingWire's reporter job because her degree and writing skills were a great fit for the role. HousingWire received her application only 4 hours after they posted the job. And a few weeks later, Alexander started her dream career.
ZipRecruiter helped Alexander find the right job, and they helped HousingWire find the right person for their role fast. See how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Glad to be here. Very exciting stuff, a very fun show lined up for you here tonight. And let's just jump right into it. Of course, there's no guest on this episode. However, everybody, there is a band.
And there's also Ryan J. Ebel sitting right there in the audience.
That's true. Ryan J. Ebel draws every episode. We're going to check in with his drawing later. All of those are available at RyanJEbel.com. We're all filled up on delicious Tito's Pizza, special baked ziti night tonight. What a fiesta. We have the great David Deary here with us, the great Gino from Speedweed, who let us coop up at Betterbox Studios for the majority of the quarantine.
It's delicious Cape Can coffee. You can't get enough of those.
Yeah, you can't get enough of those guys. Damon is here up in the bird's nest, keeping an eye on us, making adjustments smoothly as a light. And we're going to have some fun tonight. So let's bring out the band, shall we? Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out what they are this week together as I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, Jetski Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Let's all go to the lobby. Hey, let's all go to the lobby. Yeah. Let's all go to the lobby. Here they come. Here they come for sure. Any second.
The popcorn candy.
Uh-oh. Come on in. Oh, look at this little one. Spunky little energy. Get out there so the cameras can see a little lady. You're being blocked by this guy. Hey, look at that guy, too. Wow. Aw. Doesn't this one have great energy? Incredible. Here they are, definitely movie theater employees if I've ever seen them before. Look at you, sir. I mean, you are a wild one. Haven't had a barber during this quarantine, huh? What's your name?
My name's Spencer. We've met once before. I also work at Blockbuster.
Oh, you still working at Blockbuster part-time?
Yeah, it's the last one.
Yeah, that's in, where's that, in Florida?
Something like that.
Yeah. And how about you, little lady? You came out with great energy. You seem like you're not burnt out or anything. What's your name?
My name is Jen. I'm 16 years old and I'm an aspiring actress.
Jen, I can't believe you're 60.
16.
Oh, 16.
But I can play 16.
Heard that. My goodness. 16. And what's this young magician's name back here?
Hello, my name is Brent, and people say I'm the spitting image of Johnny Depp.
Yes, they do. Definitely a spitting image of Johnny Depp. Maybe after he found poop in his bed from his ex-wife. And clearly back here we have what appears to be fucking Adolf Hitler's attention deficit nephew.
I keep getting this Adolf guy. I don't know who this is, but my name is Snark. I just moved here from Eastern Europe, and I am 62. I get only job I can at movie theater.
Snort.
Snore. I love the snore. S-N-O-R-G.
Yeah. Snore. What part of Eastern Europe are you from?
The east part.
What country?
East. It's been so long since I've gone.
Doesn't seem like you've been gone long with that thick accent.
I don't talk much. I work in the movie theater.
What do? You tear tickets?
I do it all. That's right.
Okay. So we got Spencer, Jen, Brent, and Snort movie theater employees fully in uniform. Theaters got closed this week, even though they've been closed. Really, California didn't close really anything, just nail salons, massage parlors, and card rooms. Those of you that are going to card rooms a lot.
Well, Hallmark, right? We've been looking up N64s privately inside AMC and supplying Mario cards. That's very cool.
Wow. Not even playing a new system, like
The 15-year-old system.
Well, let's just jump right into the show, shall we, everybody? Going first, yet again, a murder on this show. One of my favorite comedians on the planet. I love his style. I love everything about this man. One of my favorite people just in life and in the history of this show. I present to you to get things jolted right from the start before we go to the bucket with 4 pre-selected names in there. Make some noise for Michael Lair, everybody. There he is. Here's Michael Lair.
I'm not mad at Tanya for creating Cronin Lab. Tanya taught me how delicious duck is. If you look in the window of a Chinese restaurant, no hours, no name, just 45 ducks. No one takes more pride in their work than the Chinese duck maker. They spent so much time coming to America just to say, I bet it all on ducks. Screaming to the guys, crispier, crispier. They don't even call them windows in China. They call them duck monsters. The duck monster is the mascot of the Peking Ducks baseball team. China might have ruined civilization by creating the coronavirus, but man, do they make a motherfucking duck.
Wow. Someone had duck this week, huh?
I have no idea how that went.
It was good.
I thought I was excited.
Yeah,
It was good for you laughing on the inside.
Yeah. Sometimes things are so funny that you're just like awestruck.
Yeah, that must have been that.
Yeah, it was one of those.
Yeah, it was one of those. Yeah, I feel you. Thank you, everyone, for not fucking laughing.
No, it's good.
Tony, where I am from, laughter is punishable by death.
Oh, there you go. Where is that again? Where are you from? Oh, okay. All right. So Peking duck and the coronavirus. They made duck, so who cares if they made coronavirus?
6 and 1, half dozen of the other.
That's right.
And half dozen ducks, baby, when I get home. Crispy fucking duck.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on back there?
Yeah, it appears as though Snort decided to wipe off his microphone during a podcast.
And what?
Speaking of peeking, what the fuck are you doing?
Wow, Snort.
What kind of 6-year-old European man has never heard of Hitler?
Very bizarre. Snort is, I believe he might be in the Easter Seals film challenge.
Eastern.
Eastern Seals. Oh,
Yeah, thank you. Oh, well, finally I please you.
but you've been pleasing a lot of people. I heard you have a big audition coming up.
Yeah, well, we all know that comedy is the Constitution during the Revolution, and Saturday Night Live is one of them. And by 2025, they have said that all their cast members will be in wheelchairs. So I'm working on a new audition, and I don't want to take advantage, but may I practice one?
I'd love to see this audition.
All right. Now, Jeremiah's not here, but he's a fucking asshole, right?
Yeah.
Me and him are like, there's some thespian Highlander shit going on, because I messaged him, and I said, can I borrow a wig? And he said, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me? This fucking.
You ever seen his like wig holder? He keeps them like all labeled.
I know. It was, I mean, Jeremiah is the kindest soul, but the devil came out of him when I asked for a wig.
Oh yeah, for sure. You should go on the road with him sometime.
So instead of a wig, I have a hat, you fucking fuck.
Yeah, we got time. Absolutely. So in place of a wig, it appears as though Michael's wearing just a hat. So we're going to have to use our imaginations. What kind of wig, what would the wig look like if Jeremiah would have let you borrow a wig?
A lady.
Oh, a women's wig?
Yeah, I'm a lady.
All right,
I'm
so
doing an impression of a lady.
Okay.
All I needed was a lady wig, you monster. Alright, may I work on my audition?
Here we go.
Alright. Is this my camera on?
Yep.
Alright, so we had some auditions. You go, please, like.
It's SNL music, but yeah, he can stop it.
Yeah, and it's the reference.
Yeah. No,
I've screen tested. I get it, alright?
Yeah.
No. What you do is you go, hi, I'm Michael Larry, I'm playing this character, and you give them a little tips. So, hi, I'm Michael Larry, and I'll be doing an impression of Ashton Ladd, who's on my t-shirt, a 9-1 UFC bantamweight, number 10 on the pound-for-pound list, and currently nursing an industry for Hilton Aspen. Now, Aspen is, she sounds like a Disney princess, but she's the beast. She's both Beauty and the Beast. Here we go. Aspen Ladd. Oh, push fighting. Well, I was really happy I got the first round to go. Our plan was to be as vicious as quickly as possible. I was hoping to rip off Rom and Peter the Devil then, but I ended up finishing TKO anyway, so I'm happy for my. There was one point where I was in a position and I looked down at her teeth. I thought, man, I'd love to knock all this bitch's teeth out her fucking mouth and make her choke on it. But you know what, at the end, I got the win anyway, and I'm just happy. At one point, I punched her so hard. I thought I'd rip her beating hard out of her chest and hit her deep. But, you know, I got the win, and it's for my team. Thank you, Mark Michael.
Wow, that was impressive.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, that was definitely like Aspen Ladd style, or as I call it, ALS.
Oh my God. How do you come up with this shit so fast?
Yeah, that was good. That was good. I've always wondered what Aspen Ladd would sound like if she had Lou Gehrig's disease. That's incredible.
Well, all those sliders are gonna find out.
Oh yeah, they are.
no doubt.
Is that the only character you're submitting to Saturday Night Live?
No, I got yours. I'm working on one at a time.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's the only one I have tonight.
I mean, so maybe we'll see more on other episodes.
Oh, definitely.
And you come from your whole family, you come from a long family of comedians, right?
Well, not necessarily online, but one thing I really wanted to share is my great-granduncle is a famous vaudevillian for the Smith and Dale, who Neil Simon based the Sunshine Boys on. There's two vaudevilles, but one of them was Smith and Dale, and they were together for 70 years, and they were like an Abbott and Costello type, but they grew up and met in the Jewish Here's to everyone watching. I will never do ever do anything sentimental or serious again. Fuck this monsoon. There is fuck you, Joker.
I love it, man.
Yeah, but I relatives who are famous for billing, but they live in the Jewish ghettos in New York with George Burns and Gracie Allen. So it goes real far back, and those pictures I gave you are like.
Oh yeah, I did. You did hand me a folder of pictures. Should we go over some of these pictures?
I don't know.
Is this really your
Yeah, no, it's not a bit. That's my great-granduncle.
That's your great
The one
granduncle?
with the Jeremiah nose.
Oh wow, this one sort of looks like this one here sort of looks like a snort. Look at that. Is that your snort?
It's me.
Snort grandfather.
Word German.
And we have these guys from the Ciro's days.
And a real one.
Wow.
It's wrong. Really riveting shit here.
Yeah,
Really, on me, if you were
we're gonna put these on the YouTube and show the people. This is who, your grandfather, or your great grandfather?
my grandma's uncle.
Oh, your grandma's uncle. All right, it's a little bit more distant of a relative than a.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Who's your new family?
I don't know if you know this, but my grandfather built the Pennsylvania Railroad.
Really?
Yeah, he was the designer of it.
Oh, what about the B&O?